2017 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council. Bring the meeting to order. We have a report on closed session.
There is no report.
Thank you. We do have a study session today on our new VoteCast training. The council will be training on our iPads for a new system in which the public will be able to see the votes up on the screens instead of only us reading the votes that we can see on this little button thing down here. That training will take place at the end of the meeting. City Clerk, announce the roll, please.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
We have a couple of proclamations today. The first is to the Redwood Empire Chinese Association, and that will be read by Councilman Rogers. Do you want to come on down? Councilman Rogers will read the proclamation while you're coming down.
Whereas the Redwood Empire Chinese Association is holding their 2017 Chinese New Year celebration at the Veterans Memorial Building of Santa Rosa, California on February 18th, 2017, and whereas we are appreciative of the important functions of this intercultural organization in the fields of cultural and language education by offering community participation, organizational networking, public interactions with intercultural activities, and their many additional events which bring members, friends, and families into social contact and understanding with government agencies and diverse people through events such as their Chinese New Year celebration, potluck socials, multicultural poetry reading, and Chinese language school. And whereas we acknowledge the outstanding work done by the Redwood Empire Chinese Association for providing programs to children and youth by giving presentations to local schools from elementary through college levels, for providing children and teen Mandarin language classes, for providing 2 groups of youth dancers, 1 group of children dancers, 2 groups of lion dancers who also perform with 3 dragons, and for providing opportunities for children from all of these troops to perform at community events, for providing an active youth group which focuses on teen self-esteem and positive community involvement, and for the RECA annual scholarship for Sonoma County High School seniors. And whereas we also acknowledge the benefit of the Redwood Empire Chinese Association's adult programs, including the Adult Chorus, Adult Tai Chi Club, Senior Mahjong Club, and RECA's community involvement in assisting governmental agencies, businesses, and schools with requested assistance in matters concerning Chinese and Asian culture and language issues. Therefore, be it resolved by the Mayor of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, that we do hereby proclaim a hearty acknowledgement of the successes of the Redwood Empire Chinese Association.
Well done. My favorite proclamation of the year. Is there anyone from the association that would like to say a few words? Please.
Nancy Wong is not feeling well today, and if she was here, she would be here. We really appreciate the support of the whole council and this proclamation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here. And on a more serious note, our next proclamation will be read by Council Member Oliveris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for recognition of Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and I'll ask Lisa Fatu, Program Manager with SAY and the Sonoma County Human Trafficking Task Force, and guest, I believe, to come down and receive this proclamation. And as they're coming down, I also want to extend appreciation to the Napa Sonoma Junior League, who a little over a week ago held a human trafficking awareness event at the Wells Fargo Center that Vice Mayor Tibbetts and I participated in. It was a fun event, but a very serious topic. We participated in their Heroes in Heels event, where we donned some pretty dashing heels just to walk in your shoes, kind of a situation with about 18 other men from around Sonoma County. First time they've done this, but to raise funds and awareness on this very tragic issue going on in many communities. So with that, I will read our proclamation. Whereas human trafficking is a multi-billion-dollar trade that occurs in many industries, such as the commercial sex, restaurant, and construction industries, as well as in the labor market in general, such as domestic servitude. And whereas commercially sexually exploited children represent a growing segment of the U.S. human trafficking population, victims experience extreme forms of trauma, violence, manipulation, and even death. The average age of a commercially sexually exploited child brought into commercial sex trade at the hands of an exploiter is 12 to 14 years old. And whereas laws have been enacted to prosecute perpetrators of human trafficking and to assist and protect victims, but due to the techniques that traffickers use for enslaving their victims, self-reporting is severely limited. Thus, more awareness of the issues surrounding human trafficking is needed by all, especially those most likely to come into contact with victims. And whereas the City of Santa Rosa has a tradition of advancing fundamental human rights and actively opposing all individuals, groups, organizations, and governments who support, advance, or commit acts of human trafficking, and whereas individuals, public agencies, private organizations, and businesses in the City of Santa Rosa should join together and work to end human trafficking through education. Now, therefore, be resolved that Chris Corsi, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby recognize January 2017 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month.
Only I can bend too. I'd just like to thank the council for recognizing that January is Human Trafficking Month, and on behalf of all of the members of the Human Trafficking Task Force here in Sonoma County, and we continue to educate and help combat human trafficking here in this county, and I'm thankful that our council supports us in our efforts. So thank you very much.
Thank all of you for the work that you do.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything? Really? Okay, thank you.
That's it? Okay. City Manager, anything to report?
Nothing to report.
And City Attorney?
I have nothing to report.
Okay. Any statements of abstention this evening? Okay. Mayors and council members report. Item 10 has a bunch of sub-items in it, so we're going to start, before we get to all the appointments, by just doing our individual reports. And
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm going to back up. I will be recusing myself from 14.1.
thank you. Okay. So individual council member reports. Anyone?
I already gave mine unless
John?
the Vice Mayor wants to add to it.
The only thing I can add is Ernesto looked the best in heels out of all of us.
Great photographs. I do have something to report on the Sonoma County Waste Management Agency on last Wednesday, actually. This is Santa Rosa's year for our seat to be the chair of the SCWMA. So Santa Rosa, and as the current representative of the Waste Management Agency, I am the chair, and anyone who sits in the Santa Rosa seat is the chair of the meeting. And the vice chair is the member from Sebastopol. We also had a report on the safe medicine and sharps disposal ordinance that the Waste Management Agency is working on. In years past, there has been a safe medicine ordinance, but this is a revamping of that ordinance, which to also include the sharps disposal. And there will be a presentation before the council in the future to discuss the details of that. Once they develop that presentation, the county will be coming forward with that. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, I need to make a couple of additional appointments, so I'm going to reappoint Ashley Crocker to the Planning Commission, Lisa Badenfort to the Board of Public Utilities, Kim Johansson to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and Jasmine Gudinho, who I see is in the audience tonight, as my at-large representative to the Community Advisory Board.
Thank you. Ms. Combs?
Thank you. Well, first, I want to say I went to the Women's March, and I know that several other members of council were present also. And I want to thank staff, and particularly law enforcement, for excellent way of handling such an oversized crowd. The first round of guesswork about how many would be there, people were guessing 600. And then somebody said, well, we better get a sound system that handles about maybe 2,000. And it would surprise me if it was less than 6,000 people present. It was amazing. I have never seen our streets so packed. It was so busy that the march parade route went all the way around and came back before the last people in the line of the march got started. So it was a huge turnout. People were on parking garages and rooftops. So again, I want to extend a thank you. Participants were peaceful. We had our community rose to the occasion, and our officers did too in helping folks get out of parking garages, for example, that were locked in by paraders. So thank you very much to the law enforcement community for their gentle and perceptive handling of a large crowd. And it was really wonderful to see so many people come out and speak up for our whole community. I have a couple of items that I want to just ask a few things about. I'm concerned about how I would like information from the city manager at some point about the involvement of the Housing Authority in reviewing and prioritizing the requests for proposals that have come in for the special $3 million housing funds. It seems an appropriate use of our Housing Authority persons, and I was surprised to discover they weren't included, and so I was hoping you might consider that. I've requested information because of the email contact from a constituent. I requested information from the city attorney regarding Laura's Law. I don't know if our city implemented a Laura's Law or not, and as I find out more information, I may bring that back for conversation. And I also, at a previous council meeting last week, had expected that a conversation from the subcommittee on the city's participation in the homeless collective, I thought it was going to come to council then, and it didn't. And I was surprised at that. I don't know if I need a second on this item because I had thought it was directed out of subcommittee to come to council for conversation. So I think we need to talk about a couple of things regarding the homeless collective, and this is the time to ask for that. So I don't know. I don't know if I need a second because it was directed out of committee.
If you need a second, I'll second it, but I think my understanding was that it was going to be part of the next homeless emergency discussion during that agenda item, the next time that comes up.
That falls within your prerogative, Mr. Mayor, and staff was preparing to allow the council to have that conversation.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. I just wasn't sure what the status was of the conversation, just was surprised it hadn't come up and didn't know if I needed to do it as a motion or not at this point. Also, the governor declared a state of emergency for Sonoma County, and I would like at some point to know how that affects our declaration of homeless emergency and if we get any additional resources associated with the emergency associated with the bad weather. Thank you.
Mr. Schwedhelm, did you have any council? All right. Mr. Tibbetts?
Just one announcement. I'm going to be appointing Peter Rumble to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go to 10.1, and this is a series of appointments, and the first is appointing a representative and alternate to the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and Regional Climate Protection Authority. We need a nomination. Mr. Rogers.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Corsi.
Second.
And I'll accept that. Are there any other nominations? We need a vote on this, right? Okay. Your votes, please. No, it's not. We have 7 ayes on that. Thank you. The next appointment is for a representative and alternate. Oh, I'm sorry. We need an alternate to the Transportation Authority. We have a nomination there. Mr. Rogers?
I'll nominate Councilmember Combs.
I'll second that. Are there any other nominations? Your votes? So we have 7 ayes on that. Now for a representative and alternate to the Sonoma Clean Power Authority. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'd like to nominate Chris Rogers.
I'll second that.
Any other nominations? Your votes? 7 ayes. Is there a nomination for an alternate?
I'd like to nominate Councilmember Tibbetts.
I'll
second that.
Any other nominations? Your votes, please. And there's 7 ayes. And now an appointment of a representative and alternate to the Sonoma County Waste Management Agency. Any nominations? I'll nominate Councilman Sawyer.
Second.
Any other nominations? Your votes, please.
Excuse me, I'm having a problem. My computer is showing the voice vote choices, but it won't clear off afterwards.
I don't know how to help you.
Okay, thank you.
Who's on
All
the
right.
old technology?
Did we have 7 ayes on that? I didn't see. Okay. And nomination for an alternate to Sonoma County Waste Management Agency. Do you know who has been? Oh, it was Gary.
It's been
Mr.
Gary.
Wysocki. And you know what we could do, it might not be a bad idea to have a conversation. There were a couple of interested council members. Can we delay this appointment for that conversation to take place?
I assume we can. Is there any problem with that?
So as to determine interest.
Can I
And-
just ask what the time,
Pardon me?
what time does it need?
8:30 on the first Wednesday of the month.
Mr. Mayor, you would be a better judge of Mr. Former Mayor, you would be a better judge of what's needed. I can't speak to the alternate appointment here. I mean, I think you would have to assess your availability and the need for an alternate right now.
I would say that the need for the immediate need for an alternate does not present itself, but it would be good to have that, and perhaps a conversation with one or two council members that might be interested, and let them know their time commitment would be in order, and I have not had that as yet. So if we can delay
So
that until another time.
Let's vote, or we already voted on the,
Yes.
the
Let's-
appointment.
We could continue the second appointment.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thank you.
All right, item 10.2 is for the City Selection Committee of the Mayors and Council Members Association. And we need to make recommendations to the mayor regarding letters of interest received for appointments. And we'll start with the Association of Bay Area Governments Regional Planning Committee. There's one letter that has been submitted by Councilmember Combs. Do we need to have a vote on each one of these, Madam City Attorney?
You would be able to combine them, and you could treat it much like you do your consent calendar, that you can pull off any one where it needs to have a separate vote, and then you could vote on the remaining. It just needs to be very clear for the clerk to record the vote.
Okay. Let's combine number 1 and number 2, which is the Child Care Planning Council that has one position open, and that only has one letter as well, and that's Councilwoman Combs. Can I get direction to support Councilwoman Combs for these positions?
So moved.
Second.
Your votes? 7 ayes on those. Number 3 is for the North Bay Division League of California Cities Executive Board. There's one position open, 2 letters of interest, one from Healdsburg and one from Councilman Sawyer. Can I get a
May I move to support Councilmember Sawyer?
Second.
Thank you. Your votes, please. Have 7 ayes. Number 4 is for Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District Citizens Advisory Committee. There are 2 positions open here. There are multiple letters of interest. Do we have a motion to support any of these folks?
I move to support Jack Tibbetts for one of the positions.
I would move to support David Cook for a second position.
I'd second both of those.
I'd move to support Melanie Bagby for the second position.
Any other motions to support?
We may need to.
All right.
How do we do that?
So let's take a vote on the first position for Mr. Tibbetts. Your votes, please. That's unanimous. Now we'll vote on the second position. I guess we just got to take these one at a time. Any other suggestions there?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there's a second for Melanie Bagby.
Did we have anyone second for Melanie Bagby? I'll second that. All right, so we'll start with David Cook. Your votes, please. And that succeeds 5-2. So I will be supporting David Cook of Sonoma and Councilman Tibbetts on that one.
May I suggest that if in the course of the voting, either of our first two choices are not moving forward and there is another round of voting, that we authorize you in a later round of voting to include Melanie Bagby?
I think so. Do we need a separate vote on that?
Can you clarify? I'm not sure I understand what you're...
Sometimes there are multiple voting rounds, and if one of our two top choices is not moved forward, we would authorize a vote for Melanie Bagby in a later round as, say, second place.
Yes, and you can make a motion to that effect?
I'm making a motion to that effect.
Second.
Okay. And your votes on that? That passes with 7 votes. Number 5 is the Board of Directors for the Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit. And there are 2 letters of interest, one from Deb Fudge of Windsor and the other from myself.
I move to appoint or to vote for Chris Corsi, Mayor Corsi.
Second.
Are there any other motions on that one?
I'd like to state that we need, as a city, the largest city in the area, a representative on SMART, and I appreciate your submitting a letter.
And that's exactly what I said in my letter as well.
And it's true.
All right, your votes, please. And that passes 7 ayes. All right, 10.2.2. This is providing direction to the mayor regarding letters of interest received for the following vacancies, also to be made by the City Selection Committee of the Mayors and Council Members Association on February 9th. First is for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board. We have 2 people expressing interest, Michael Carnacci of Sebastopol and Teresa Barrett of Petaluma, who I believe is the incumbent in this position.
I would move Teresa Barrett.
Second.
All right, are there any other motions? Your votes on that, please. And that passes 7-0. Second is Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District. There's just 1 letter from Gina Belforte of Roanoke Park. She's the incumbent. Can I have your votes on supporting her? That is unanimous. The Remote Access Network Board, 1 position and 1 letter of interest from Jake McKenzie of Roanoke Park. And let's have our votes on that. And we'll support the mayor of Roanoke Park unanimously.
So, Mr. Mayor, just a quick question. Maybe I missed it. Would it be helpful to explain to the audience what the mayors and council members was and why this actually happened? What the process is going forward from here?
Oh, you want me to go backwards, right? It's a good point, Councilman Rogers, that we often get wrapped up in doing our business up here and don't explain what it is that we're actually doing. There are a number of boards, commissions, committees that represent various aspects of the county beyond the borders and government of Santa Rosa that this council participates in. The Mayors and Council Members Association of Sonoma County appoints many of those directors and members of those boards. What we just did through that last exercise was giving direction to me, the mayor, as our representative, to support various other council members from this council and other councils for those positions. And those appointments will be made at the next meeting of the Mayors and Council Members Association, which will be February 9th in Katati. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And now, we also participate in various county, regional, and state boards and organizations. In this case, the mayor recommends appointments and the council approves. And my recommendations for these positions are on the ABAG, Association of Bay Area Governments General Assembly. The designated delegate is the mayor, myself, and I'm recommending that Councilmember Combs be the alternate. For the county's Health Action Council, I'm recommending Councilmember Oliveras. For the Library Advisory Board, I'm recommending Councilman Tibbetts. For the League of California Cities North Bay Division, I'm recommending Council Members Oliveras and Sawyer. For the Mayors and Council Members Association Legislative Liaison to the League of California Cities, I'm recommending Council Member Rogers with Council Member Oliveras as the alternate. For the City's Waterways Advisory Committee, I'm recommending Council Members Combs and Tibbetts. And for the county's Water Advisory Committee, I'm recommending Council Member Schwedhelm with Council Member Tibbetts, the alternate. And I'm asking for the support of the council on those appointments.
Move to support.
Second.
Your votes, please. We have 7 ayes on that. Okay, we got that part done. 10.4 is matters from the council regarding future agenda items. And before we get to the item that was brought forward last week, I have one that I would like the council to consider putting on the agenda at next week's meeting, consider putting it on a future agenda. And that would be a discussion of a resolution declaring Santa Rosa a welcoming city, a non-cooperative city, a sanctuary city, some version of those suggestions. There are many ways to do this. We've had a few suggestions of how it can be done. I've asked the city manager and city attorney to take a look at a couple of those. And I appreciate that our police department has a formal policy 428, regarding immigration violations. And the policy basically says a person's immigration status is not a concern to the police department unless there is another crime involved in the matter. But considering recent events, and I'm talking about things that are happening in Washington, but also that are happening in this city here, where I talk to people who are feeling not just fear of what might happen, but they're feeling the stings and the barbs of their fellow residents at times. I feel that because of what's happening right now, that we as a city need to make a stronger statement about our values and our policies. So I ask that we discuss putting this on the agenda next week, and I need a second for that.
Second.
Sounds like we have a second. I'm not sure.
Mr. Oliveras. Sounds like we have 4.
Thank you. Mr. Tibbetts.
Mr. Mayor, really quickly, as far as 10.4 is concerned, matters for consideration for future agendas, it sounds like we're going to have a busy agenda at our next meeting, but I also want to add something that is timely and has a deadline. And I had an email exchange with members of the Southeast Greenway campaign, and they brought to my attention, as I believe they did all of our attention, that they are in the process or they would like to apply for grants to help continue and benefit that project. But they are up against a deadline, and where we currently have them placed on our future agenda would negate them from being able to submit those grants. And I think it would just be a shame if we didn't do our part as their city council to make sure that they can move forward in applying for those grants. And what I believe it entails is we have to hold the joint city council planning commission meeting. So I hope that I can have a second for this and we can move it forward.
Second.
Thank you.
Is there an urgency need here? I appreciate that this we're talking about next week, talking about it for a future agenda. Is there a time constraint? Do we need to make it more urgent than that?
I think that we can get that information between now and next week. But
Okay.
I'm not sure we can get it now because we have a city manager who is recusing himself from the conversation. And we'll make sure we get that information between now and then.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry, may I ask the city attorney, if we need to discuss it next week instead of discussing it, what steps do we need to take next week to be prepared to do that? Would we need a vote of 5 people instead of 4, for example?
In order to discuss it next week?
Yes.
It would still need to be put on the agenda. You would need to have essentially a supermajority in order to do it. It would need to be put on the agenda in accordance with the Brown Act, which essentially means that you would have to have it on there by Friday. You would then need to have a vote at the meeting to bypass our local rule, which requires a 9-day posting, and you need a supermajority. What constitutes a supermajority, it gets a little bit complicated because it turns on how many council members are present.
Yes.
But without getting into the nitty-gritty, in terms of the exact numbers, there would be a motion to waive the 9-day notice requirement and then to move forward. Certain conditions have to be met, and a finding of good cause under those conditions would have to be determined by council.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Just for my own edification, since I'm new to this process of putting things on the agenda, do we have to move through a motion and a second to put it on for 4 votes for discussion, or could there be issues where the council might support it with 4 votes right off the bat and it bypasses that second step, moving us to a full agenda item with staff time being dedicated to whatever the item is?
To get something on the agenda, the mayor has discretion to put things on the agenda. We still have to meet our local 9-day posting requirements unless the conditions are waived. In terms of a single council member who is not the mayor wanting to put something on the agenda, the way your local rules work, you have a step-by-step process. The first step is that a council member brings it up and receives a second. Then under your rule, it would go on, that item would go on the agenda for the next regular meeting. At that time, there would be a discussion and a motion and a vote by council about whether or not to put it on the agenda at the meeting, at the following meeting, or at the next meeting, again, assuming you meet the 9-day notice requirements. There are 2 ways to short-circuit that requirement. One is, as long as you are meeting the state law requirements, a minimum of a 3-day notice requirement, and you've put it on the agenda, you can go through the process I discussed earlier, which would allow you to, on good cause, skip your local 9-day notice requirements if the council determines that the good cause under the standards set forth in your rules have been complied with. The other way to, again, keep it from being such a lengthy process would be to have a supermajority waive the requirement and collapse the motion and second, and then a gap before you have the discussion and a motion to actually put it on the agenda into one piece. But that would require you to waive your procedures as to that instance, which again requires a supermajority of council.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stricker.
Have I confused you enough?
No, actually, that was pretty, that was
I
good.
would like to pursue if we need to take that step today so that it is properly agendized for the next meeting.
So you would then need to, what you're then asking is to waive your local rules so that you're combining this step with the next step.
I'm making a motion to waive the local rules to combine this step with the next step tonight so that we can have the full discussion next week.
So you would need a supermajority, and I'm going to check my rules to see how many you need.
And before we go
I need a
there,
second first.
what is it that you're asking for, Ms. Combs? That we have the item before us next week? Or
Yes,
that-
instead of having the discussion of the discussion, we have it. Because I'm concerned that there is a time constraint for a grant application that is pending. So it has essentially become urgent.
So this would be an item to schedule a joint city council planning commission meeting.
So
That's exactly what
is
it
that what
is,
you're
which is
asking for?
very fast.
So you would still, even if you waived the rule about collapsing those two steps into one, so you can not only essentially bring up the item tonight, but actually move to put it on the agenda tonight at a future meeting, because you have a 9-day notice requirement, we wouldn't be able to get it on for next week. We could get it on for 2 weeks from tonight. For 2 weeks from tonight. The only way to get it on for next week would be to find good cause. And I do not know what the grant deadline is. I'm not sure whether staff knows that.
Do you know that? We have people present who know that. Can we ask them?
Well, before we go there, Mr. Swedhelm, did you have a question?
No, I guess my question was, you're describing this process, again, with the mayor's authority as mayor, he could bypass some of this and just schedule it on the soonest agenda possible, which it sounds like February 7th, if he so chooses. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes. The mayor doesn't, has the authority, has essentially the authority to put it on the agenda. Again, we still need to meet the 9-day requirement, absent a vote.
Okay.
Is February 7th soon enough? Thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying. So what we're essentially talking about is 9-day notice from tonight with a supermajority vote, or 9-day notice from next Tuesday with a regular majority vote.
So the 9-day notice is a posting requirement. The clerk would need to actually get it on the preliminary agenda. There's a local rule that you have that imposes additional notice requirements for regular meetings that go above and beyond the state law requirements. So the only way to bypass that would be if you do meet the minimum state law requirements, which is 72 hours, that it is on that agenda with 72 hours notice, so by Friday. It would be two items. One would be a motion to determine whether you can bypass the 9-day notice requirement. And if the council determines that there is good cause as defined in that requirement, you would then be able to hear the matter. If not, it would then go on the next regular meeting.
Great, thank you.
Any other discussion? Do we have a motion and a second on
I
Ms.
don't know if I had a
Combs?
second.
Can you make your motion again, Ms. Combs?
Can you help me make my motion again? I'm moving that at the next meeting, we compress the time period, we waive our rules, for the 9-day motion so that at the meeting in February, we can have the joint meeting. I think that's the motion I'm making. And I'm not sure if we have the compressed rule vote today or next week, so that's what I'm trying to sort out.
In order to do that, if the mayor can do that and bypass the need to waive your local rule and collapse the two steps into one.
Okay, so
the mayor, as the mayor, is able to have that level of control over the agenda. But for an individual council member, you would need to first move to bypass your rule that requires a two-step, two-meeting process to add something to the agenda. And if you received enough of the vote, then next week you could discuss whether to put it on for the following, for the next meeting.
And that would be putting on a discussion by the council about whether and when to schedule the joint meeting. Is that correct?
You could have, if you waived your rule and went ahead and did those two steps tonight, it would first require a waiver of the rule. Next week, you could have the discussion, but only if you then have the motion and discussion next week that you can then also bypass your 9-day rules. So really, there are two rules that we're dealing with. One is waivable and one is not. The one that's waivable is to have in two steps this issue about what we should or shouldn't put on the agenda. The one that isn't waivable, unless you have good cause as set forth in the rule, is to waive the 9-day posting requirement. So
let me simplify things. We will get this on the agenda to discuss moving forward with the joint meeting 2 weeks from tonight.
Can I clarify? Do you mean the joint meeting will be 2 weeks from tonight?
No.
I don't know if that's
I'm
soon
not
enough.
even sure we can make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. 10.4.1. For all of you who came in the middle of that, this is how the sausage is made. This is what happens when we do things openly and transparently, that sometimes it's not the most beautiful process. 10.4.1, request for an agenda item to consider $20,000 of gap funding for legal aid of Sonoma County. Is it? Okay.
We're moving this forward to discuss it next time.
That's
So we
right.
need 4
This
votes.
is, okay.
So I'd like to move that we...
Thank you, Ms. Combs.
I'd like to move that we move this forward for discussion at the next meeting. And we need 4 votes.
Second.
Any discussion?
No, I guess my other question was processes. I don't know what the normal process is for requests like this, Smiley. Is Councilmember Sawyer unable to vote on this item?
He recused himself.
I don't think he has recused himself from this.
No,
item.
right.
And,
He has recused.
oh, he has?
From
Okay.
I'm sorry, from 10.4.1?
Yep. Housing.
Is that
The
right,
landlord.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
I thought he recused.
He refused
I
himself
think it
from
was
the
the Greenway.
Greenway
It was the
portion,
Greenway
but not from the legal aid
All right.
portion.
He may come back, and I think we might have speakers on this item, and I'm sorry that I bypassed that. First speaker I have is Dwayne DeWitt.
I'd just like you to give them the money. Thank you.
And Ronit Umadoff.
Thank you, council member, and welcome.
Hold on one second, your mic's not on.
My mic's not on. Uh-oh, hold on. So
There you go.
is that my responsibility? Ooh, there we go.
Nope.
Great. Thank you, council, and welcome, Mayor Corsi. Just very, very briefly, since this is emergency gap funding we're requesting, I wanted to give the council an idea of the need that we're trying to address. Currently, on an annual basis, Legal Aid is assisting over 1,000 tenants who reside in Sonoma County. That's over 350 households. In those households, we have over 400 children. Services include help with retaliation, habitability, discrimination, Section 8, and evictions. So just get an idea of that volume that we're talking about. The needs for services is particularly acute during this housing crisis. There is an environment of fear in which tenants are not able to assert their basic legal rights without our assistance, and there is an increased amount of abuse of tenant protections. So we have an acute need there, both in terms of the immediacy of this housing crisis, how that affects tenants, and the volume of people that we're assisting. We simply cannot sustain this program anymore without city support. We anticipate having to reduce services between 50 and 75% come March. I also want to note legal services are a best practice in homeless prevention, something I know the council is prioritizing. It is a practice recommended by HUD and adopted by cities all over the country. Finally, investing in tenant legal services makes economic sense. It is an upstream strategy for all those on the council who are very fiscally minded. Cities, again, all over the country, all over the Bay Area, and then New York, Boston, all sizes of cities, invest in legal services for tenants because it saves them money in averted shelter and social service costs. Our return on investment is about $300,000 a year in this program for the local community. So this $20,000 compared to your savings are nothing. I'm going to give you one client story and then I'll be done. I want you to meet Ophelia. Ophelia is 4 years old. Ophelia is from an immigrant family, to your point earlier, Mayor Corsi. Ophelia lived in an apartment without heat, none. She also has severe lead poisoning from that apartment. Her brother is disabled and lives in a wheelchair. Before learning about legal aid, Ophelia's parents were terrified to complain about their apartment, both because they're immigrants, and that was known to the landlord and taken advantage of, and because of the housing crunch. They thought that if they complained, they would be evicted, and eviction is tantamount to being homeless in this community. Legal aid was able to intervene, however. As a result, the family was relocated into a safe place, and Ophelia's blood levels have been dropping ever since. In addition, the landlord was forced to repair the unit and install a heating system. That's just one of hundreds of examples. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Linda, Adrian?
Is this on?
It is.
Oh, good. I didn't know we could speak at this time, but I am for giving legal aid as much money as they need. They have been helping, Evan Livingston, who is head of the housing section for legal aid, has been helping a lot of mobile home residents because we're poor as a whole. And to tell you also a story, he's been helping one particular mobile home park in Roanoke Park that has 300 homes in it. And that owner wants to sell the park to a shopping mall and evict the 300 homes. They have no place to go in Sonoma County. And he's been helping them to figure out if they could buy the park with different loans and stuff. He's helped people out in Sebastopol, I know. He's just been helping as much people, and he could use more help himself. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Chernoff.
Oh, good afternoon. I couldn't help but comment on this. We want everything to be fair for people, and there seems to be never enough to help the poor people. And, it almost reminds me of my favorite comedy of all time. It's called Rustler's Rhapsody, where the guy rides into town and shoots the bad guys in the hands, and he always helps the poor people out. But the problem is even well-intentioned lawyers, especially at the low end, are not aware that we're under martial law. And that happened for sure during the 1947 National Security Act. Now, it doesn't matter to me that those listening, this sounds like Greek, but it's the fact. And that the Bar Association and the one percenters have spent billions of dollars from that time to this to make people think that we are under the U.S. Constitution, and that it somehow is a fair equalizer. Well, it would be if it was the law of the land, but it's not. For those students here, look it up, 1947 National Security Act. The fact that it exists means the Constitution does not. So they spend all this money on TV shows, this, that, and the other, even on the fake news, which is the mainstream news. And I actually see people shaking their heads. There are people that know this. And the thing that amused me the other day was some legal entity in D.C. suing Trump for some problem with the Constitution, because they're accepting things from out of the country. And they listed some of the problems, and some of that, one of the terms was titles. Well, under the concept of the Constitution, people with titles of nobility cannot hold public office. Esquire is a title of nobility. If the U.S. Constitution were the law of the land, 95% of these Esquire bar lawyers would be out of business. You really need to wake up, understand where you are. They spend a tremendous amount of time and money convincing you of the illusion that we are in. And so for the attorneys that are trying to do good work, I know there's a small percent that have always tried to do good work. Look up John Wolfgram, attorney, patriot, philosopher. He'll tell you exactly how it is. He'll tell you exactly how it is. And there was a lawyer named Fine, F-E-I-N, who spent a year in jail for contempt of court, which everybody just gets like 3 days. But he spent a year in contempt in jail because he challenged and made public that the judges in LA had come together and stolen just billions of dollars from the public. Just like money is being stolen from people here from all sorts of directions. It all goes into the pockets of lawyers. And the good lawyers don't understand how corrupt their system is.
Thank you. Are there further questions on this? I'm not sure if you got your question answered, Mr. Oliver.
No, I was just asking, and probably for the audience's benefit, is where the money is coming from and whether there's an existing process for the distribution of those funds. That's all.
I'm going to guess that if we do vote to put this on a future agenda, that information will be included then. All we're doing tonight is agreeing that we'll talk about this sometime in the near future. And did we already have a motion? I think we did. Oh, I'm sorry, Tom.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a similar question. This is somewhat of a unique situation that we have a nonprofit asking for the funding. So I'm interested, similarly what I heard from Councilmember Oliveras, who would provide that information about what are other sources of funding from, whether it's this one or any other nonprofit, who actually would be making that presentation? And I'm not sure if that's for you or for the city manager.
We would be asking some questions of, and we already are asking some questions of legal aid, but these are open-ended questions that I think, would need to be discussed with the council, because what's the process for this determination? How do you make these allocations? What is your basis for this conversation? I think there are potential implications in all of your decision-making. We need to get a clearer picture of what the intent was before we can even make a recommendation. Again, we field many calls from the community about resource allocation, but right now I don't have enough information nor an assignment to start to put that together. But that is what we would be trying to do in the next step of this conversation.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Any other questions? Mr. Sawyer.
Mayor Corsi, are we at this point, is this for comment or questions, or both?
Let's make it both.
Okay, because in my 10 years on the council, I do not remember ever being approached by a nonprofit for a mid-year funding request. And I think that this creates I'm not usually concerned with precedent setting, but this is one of those situations where I think that there are many nonprofits that find themselves in what would be considered, especially to them, an emergency situation. And I see this as it would be precedent setting in my mind, and it's not a matter of need, it is a matter of process. And I will therefore be voting against bringing this forward as an agenda item outside of our budget discussion.
Mr. Oliveris.
I hear that, Mr. Sawyer, but I'm hoping that by having that discussion, we'll hopefully bring some clarity for future and maybe start moving toward the process. So, I mean, for that reason, I guess it would make sense to bring it for discussion. Now, I'm not saying that I necessarily agree with it because I don't have enough information to say yes or no. But for me, there's still a lot of doubt about process and how can somebody come in mid-year, make a request, or should we be establishing and sticking to a process that we have established? So that's my only concern.
It sounds reasonable.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I just want to say that I agree with Councilmember Oliveris. I think that moving this forward to just being able to have the discussion, as a new council member, I'd sure appreciate to know what that process is. We already, as I understand it, work with a number of local nonprofits in this community, and that's an important partnership that we have with them. So either establishing or better understanding that process for me personally would be very valuable.
Ms. Combs.
And if I may say, legal services has been greatly impacted by the ordinance that we passed in August that will be on the ballot in June for fair and affordable housing. Our ordinance and the conversations around the original ordinance about rental issues in our community discussed legal support and the need to reach out to some kind of similar not-for-profit entity. This one has been greatly impacted, and I have no problem with asking to move it forward. I think that we've created a situation where legal services is impacted right now.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, and I hear the concern from council members on how we go about defining a process for organizations that we currently contract with when there's an issue. And I think it is worth saying two separate things. One is that this is what we're talking about as matching funds for services that they've been doing in our community. And then the other is that they've really been getting by off of two positions that people were doing pro bono that came out of retirement to try to handle the load that they've seen in our community over the last couple of years. So happy to have the conversation and the discussion at the next council meeting. But I think that when we talk about sufficient funding at the get-go and see that it was built off of some pro bono work that was being done, I think it might be appropriate for us to have that conversation.
All right. Ms. Gomez, you have a motion and a second there?
I have to say I need some more clarity. I'm hearing two very different conversations, so I have to understand what the scope of the request is. I'm hearing very different. So
I'll amend
looking.
my motion so that we have the conversation specifically regarding the $200,000 gap funding for legal aid. I mean, you can hear where I'm going. $20,000 of gap funding for legal aid as a specific item. And my understanding is that I'm hearing that we also need to develop a process by which we handle.
Again, those seems like two different things to me.
I consider that another part.
So I'm not. Again, there was a request to look at gap funding. A process evaluation program will take longer. I mean, we do not currently have a program. We have only one community-based, we have only a couple of community-based application processes. Again, that is a general conversation in the budget time period. This is a very specific request, so I'm trying to understand what the conversation staff needs to prepare for at the future scheduled meeting.
Okay, so since I have the motion, I will just do the $20,000 gap funding for legal aid and let someone else make a motion for another item if they wish. Do I have a second? I did. I still
believe
do?
there is a second already.
Yeah, okay.
So we're voting on, we're voting to have a discussion or a item on a future agenda regarding the $20,000 request for legal aid. We're not voting to allocate any money to anybody tonight or to analyze the process.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand then is, do we or do we not have a process for this kind of an allocation, Mr. City Manager?
We do not, I mean, again, this is a request that gets fielded. Typically, we move these conversations into a budget process, look at the priorities, council goes through. Right now, the only revolving grant funding type of opportunities that you regularly offer comes through a couple of programs. One of them is community promotions. The other is some of the violence prevention programs that we offer. There is not, we don't have a mechanism for grant making on this front. So we're not engaged in this type of activity at this moment.
Well, then this puts us into that business, and I have a concern about establishing, moving forward with this without having an established policy, because we didn't afford others to consider a crisis that they may be in. So I don't know if there's other crises out there, so it makes it difficult for me to support this at this time.
And I'm going to suggest that we're just voting on whether to put this on the agenda or not. And I'm willing to do that. I do have some reservations about the way this comes forward and what kind of Pandora's box that may spring open. But I am willing to have the conversation on a future agenda.
So again, is the conversation about what the need is from the particular not-for-profit and allowing them to have a conversation with the council about that need? That's what I'm hearing the measure to be.
That's
the
what
motion.
The motion was, yes. Mr. Schwedhelm, did you have?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very reluctant to support a specific nonprofit right here, right now, to put it on the agenda. My concern is we're changing that process. Because even today, we did a proclamation for human trafficking, and I know there are some nonprofits out there working on that very issue. And to put us in a position saying yes for this one, no for another one, without any guidelines, I'm very reluctant to isolate it. And I really appreciate with the interest in, there are so many nonprofits doing incredible work out there. And I think before we dip our toes into this arena, we ought to have a policy and procedure in place so all nonprofits that may look to the city for funding understand how they go about doing it. So with the specificity of this, I really can't support one specific one.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And that passes with 4 ayes. Councilmembers Oliveira, Schwedhelm, and Sawyer opposed. Moving on to the approval of minutes.
There's a card.
Pardon?
There's a card on this item.
I don't have a card from you, Mr. Canidi. Approval of minutes. Do we have any corrections, questions? Okay. We'll accept the minutes as submitted. Mr. McGlynn, the consent calendar.
Mayor, I'm asking for a continuation of item 12.3. I would like to have it rescheduled for next week on the consent calendar for next week. Okay?
All right.
So I'm going to read everyone else. 12.1, motion contract award for uniform mats and linen rental delivery services. Item 12.2, motion contract award accessibility alterations at Skyhart Park. Item 12.4, resolution, fiscal year 2015-16 annual report on development fees. Item 12.5, resolution, professional services agreement with the Creative Thinking Inc. DBA, the IDEA Cooperative for Destination Marketing Services. Item 12.6, ordinance adoption, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Chapter 11-40 public parades of the Santa Rosa City Code.
I don't have any cards on this.
Yes, you do, sir.
Well, I don't yet, but come on down, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I had filled out a card.
Your mic's not on yet. Hold on.
They can hear me.
There you go.
My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I had filled out a card for 12.2 about the accessibility alterations at Skyhawk Park, because when I was younger, it seemed that people who put private developments together built their own parks. And maybe it's changed up, and maybe the city built this park, but if this park is not up to accessibility codes, and it was built by the private developer, it would seem they should be the ones to have to pay for any alterations. If the city built the park, then I could see perhaps that you should have to pick up the costs. But the costs seem highly inflated because you're just replacing some walkways, and you could actually perhaps replace them with permeable surface instead of the pavement you put in there, and it could be cheaper. Then on 12.4, your annual report on development fees. Out in Roseland, we have the Southwest Area Development Impact Fee, and we have park fees. And I've often wondered if you could give us an accounting that shows how much you collect and then how much you spend in Roseland. Because basically we've been waiting 7 years for a park that's already been paid for by the Sonoma County taxpayers through the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District, having purchased 17 acres of land. Myself and others volunteer to do cleanup at that area all the time. And yet, we don't have a park, we don't have any signs, and yet we get the report on development impact fees, park acquisition and development fees. So where's the money? How's it getting spent? Please make it more accessible to a basic group from Roseland like me. And then I'll end on the idea that I think you had once said that public comment would start at 5 o'clock and that it should come before consent items when 5 o'clock rolls around. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Cliff Wiggum.
Hello, Cliff Wiggum. I'm going to talk about the Southwest Area Development Impact Fees. They currently just go to 18 to 30. I have property that's 25 to 40, and I don't see any adjustment on those. The impact fees are like $8,000 a unit, and I'm looking at almost 400 units. It's over $3 million in impact fees if it's not adjusted. Then the other thing is our property is part of the downtown station area specific plan, but it happens to be on the Roseland side of Santa Rosa Creek. So are we going to be considered part of the downtown station area or part of Roseland? So we'd be exempt to the Southwest Area Impact Development Fee, or are we going to be hamstrung? Developers are saying the impact fees are costing more than the land, and we have to figure out how to get some of these fees down to get a developer to come in to want to build this stuff. I have a plan that'll give us up to 500 units and could go to 700 if I do an off-site development plan. So I'd like you to consider that the Southwest and the Southeast, because the same thing, but the Northeast and the Northwest don't have the same fee. So if you develop up there, you don't have that $8,000 a unit. And there's been no development in 2015 in the Southwest because of the impact fees. There has been some in the Southeast. Anyway, I'd like to consider that when you're looking at this item 12.4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggum. That's all the cards I have on the consent calendar. Any questions? Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'd like to pull item 12.4 for discussion.
All right. Ms. Combs?
I have a question about item 12.5, and I just am curious. There has been some conversation in the past about the use of tourism business improvement area funds for downtown maintenance, for improvements in the look of our downtown, and I'm wondering if that's coming in the future, or if this is using the funds. Sometimes it seems like we advertise ourselves, but we should be wonderful and charming.
So I hope we are wonderful and charming, Ms. Combs.
It would be,
I think,
obviously, I think so, but I think we could be wonderful and charming and cleaner.
so I think there's some evolving conversations around that particular topic that will be coming forward to the council for very consideration in the near future.
Okay, I'm willing to wait and go forward with this item, but I would like to be fully using our funds so that when people come here, they come a second time. Thank you.
Thank you for that smile. Thank you for the smile.
All right. Any other questions on the consent calendar? We're going to pull 12.4 for Mr. Tibbetts, but meanwhile, you want to move the rest of the consent calendar, and we'll take care of that first.
Yes. So I move to approve item 12.2, 12.5, and 12.6.
What happened to 12? What about 12.1?
Oh, it was 12.1 as well.
Second.
Your votes. That has 7 ayes. Mr. Tibbetts, you pulled 12.4.
Yes, so I had some questions about our development fee process and as it pertains to the capital improvement projects and how we set those fees. As I understand it, it's established through nexus studies. I was hoping you could just briefly give me an education on how that process works.
I don't think it'll be a brief conversation,
okay.
Council member. What I will say is Council has authorized recently, and I've asked for a status update so I can inform the Council where we are. This is an ongoing conversation. We have actually begun a process to look at our nexus fees, and so I don't know if we have. So I'm going to let Debbie Lochner give you an update of where that process is.
Okay.
But yes, there are many challenges that have been identified, and we are working on addressing those concerns of the council and the community through a new process, nexus study.
Okay, for the sake of time, then I'll just air out the 3 questions that I have. One question is are we currently identifying some of these projects and deeming what is currently a priority and should be in the CIP and what should not? Because as I understand it, what's in that budget kind of helps set the level of impact fees. And so what I'm getting at is if we don't have priorities or things have been kind of languishing for some time, can we pull them off and potentially reduce the CIPs? The second question that I have pertains to nexus studies. And with those nexus studies that we do, the amount that's established for the fee, is that considered a ceiling that we then have, as a council, have the discretion to go below? Say, for example, if we deem affordable housing construction as a strong priority, or is that something, is the amount set by the nexus study something that we completely legally have to abide by, no higher, no lower?
Okay, I'll try to quickly answer the questions. The nexus study that is currently in place is looking at the southwest CFF fees. Those are set by looking at the projects that need to be done in those areas to satisfy the infrastructure requirements as development happens. Those projects are being reevaluated. So to answer your first question, yes, those projects are being looked at, and at that point, part of that process will be that the council and others will have an opportunity to look at those projects, make sure that they're appropriate projects, and move forward with those as we look at it. One thing we're looking at with this Nexus study is a different way of approaching the fee. Rather than doing complete build out, we're looking at tying it to the general plan build out, the general plan horizon, which will be it'll be focused more on the infrastructure needs for the general plan support. The second part of your question, that it establishes, the Nexus fee establishes the fee needed for those. The council has the authorization to bring that fee lower as deemed necessary. Obviously, any difference needs to be made up through other funding sources when those projects come up. So the council does have authority to go. You can't go over that fee, but you can go underneath that fee.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that, Director Guion. You answered my questions. Thanks so much.
All right. Do you want to move? I'm sorry, Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you. Before you go, Dave, or Debbie, I have a question also on 12.4. So it's on the Exhibit A, page 22, regarding the housing allocation plan in lieu fee. Let you get there. So my understanding, or correct me if I'm wrong, the source of these funds are if a developer is going to pay in lieu fee instead of building affordable housing, the developer can choose to pay an in lieu fee, and is that the source of income for this? It's page 22.
That's correct, yes. So you're correct, the way you said it.
Great. So with that understanding, it looks like with the Tierra Springs Apartments in 15-16 expenditure, $300,000. My question is, there's an administrative cost of over $400,000. Is it correct to take away from that we've invested $300,000 into apartments, but we have administrative costs of over $400,000? And if not, what do we get for the $400,000 administrative costs? Where does that go?
That $400,000 got transferred to the Housing Authority, and I actually have to ask them exactly what they used it for, but I'm sure it was to support other affordable housing out of their own funds, and not necessarily from this in lieu fee fund. But I have to check for you.
Yeah, and I wish I would have got to this earlier. So that'd be great if you could send it to us, because just reading on the surface, it sounds like are those employee costs that the city is charging to administer this fund, where we've only actually applied $300K towards the affordable housing.
I'll find out and I'll get that to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Mr. Tibbetts.
Seeing no other questions or discussion, I move to approve item 12.4 on the consent calendar.
Second.
Your votes, please. And that has 7 ayes. At this point, we'll go to public comment. This is a period where people can comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. And we'll start with Dwayne DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to use the overhead if I may. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I wanted to thank you for your hard-headed fiscal oversight about that $20,000 for legal aid. I don't work for them, but I thought they might need that money because of the problems that are happening. Earlier today, I came and I spoke with you folks during the labor negotiations, and I showed you that book. And I pointed out that part of the problem that we're facing here in Santa Rosa and many other municipal corporations in the nation is that we've fallen for the fallacy of downsizing. We've got these top-heavy bureaucracies where people at the top are making hundreds of thousands of dollars while we don't have enough people at the bottom to trim our trees, take care of our parks, take care of our roads, or do the things that we need. And we accepted that during the Great Recession. We said, yes, okay, we need to tighten our belts. But it looks like what's been happening is you've been hiring more people up at the top, and you're willing to give big money during labor negotiations, and I don't want to see you do that. $20,000 is only 1% of a $200,000 bureaucrat's wages, and yet you'll make a big deal about that. But I'll bet during labor negotiations you'll be like, oh, hey, 2%, that's no big deal. Well, that's $40,000 for somebody making $200,000. So I need you folks to actually help us here in the community get what we need more of. We need our parks. We need things to be nicer. Santa Rosa's really looking ugly right now. I don't know if you feel that way, but it sure looks that way to me, and especially over in Roseland, which is already a sanctuary city in a sense. We got a dump over there in our old neighborhood shopping center, the Village, Roseland Village we called it. It looks terrible. I know it's not under your domain yet, but it will be in the future, and you're quibbling about the money on whether or not you should do it because you don't have enough money. So this is where I want you to understand that money can help on some things, and you need to look and see what the priorities are for what all these people out here are. I know some people want a nice greenway. We've wanted one in Roseland for 15 years. You know, it's one of these things during the budget hearings that are coming up. I hope you folks will tighten your belt, make sure that up at the top is where you cut, like on a tree during a windstorm, and down at the bottom you give us more of what we need here in our city. We need nice parks, we need nice roads, we need good things. Last but not least, I wanted to let you know that the numbers came out in December pointing out that over 160,000 multifamily units have been built in California since 2010, and only 135,000 single-family units. So you can build more multifamily too. People will like that. Santa Rosa could grow up. It'd be wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you so much.
Courtney Cox. And Courtney will be followed by Francisco Saiz.
Good afternoon, Council. 1 second. Thank you, Mayor Kersey, for taking a stand and speaking when it was silent on immigration issues. I wrote this before you said that, so I'm going to continue with that to reinforce it. Being undocumented is not a crime. Local police cannot make stops based on civil issues that ICE deal with. No one can be held for immigration status investigation. They can refuse to participate in the interview. However, police comply with ICE when they hand over D files, when they ride along, when they participate in voluntary notification process. I urge you that you take action to make Santa Rosa in non-compliance with ICE and make an agenda item, which you did, thank you. Also, I want to point out that the last council meeting, which was the first one, there's a large police presence. I'm not sure if that was because of the online attention, that a lot of people were coming out for Sanctuary City. I don't know what that was, but it was uncomfortable. I've never seen that many people here. And also, I want to point out, I just think it's inappropriate for people without a legal reason to recuse themselves from issues. You were voted into office by people because you were going to speak on those issues, and if you're not there to speak on those issues, then where are you running your campaign on? And also, I wanted to point out that the gang database is explicitly racist and promotes racial profiling. The council's silence, especially in times of oppression, and we are in times of oppression, is a form of state-sanctioned violence. Council silence is violence. Use your privilege to protect all community members. Stop playing politician and do your jobs. There is examples across the country and right here in our state where we're pushing legislation that would promote non-compliance with ICE at the state level, and that supersedes anything the council is or isn't going to do. And because you choose to stay silent, and we should not be that city. And I thank you, Mayor Kersey, for making us not be that city. We stepped out of the silence, and I thank you for that. And I hope that when we go forward with those meetings, that they're productive, that they're respectful, and we remember the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you all.
Thank you. Francisco Saiz, and he'll be followed by Peter Chernoff.
Good evening. My name is Francisco Saiz, and we wish for times to be peaceful and hopeful, but a storm is coming via our new president. We must face these challenges together as a diversity of people that we are. I would like for the Santa Rosa City Council, as part of the community agenda, to advocate and support the platform of non-cooperation with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE. Our cities and counties have no legal obligation to help enforce federal immigration laws. I count immigrants as my friends. My immigrant population works in our vineyards, in our restaurants, in the travel industry, as our artists, hospitality, service jobs, and many others. The immigrant population has made immense contributions to the social fabric of our community. We need to help erase fears within the immigrant community. The success of being free from fear depends not only from me, but is also dependent on your commitment to a statement of support of non-cooperation with ICE. Let us try to do our best in terms of compassion for each other, by kindness and gratitude for what we give to each other. And I have 70 years of having to deal with immigration issues in the U.S. I have a grandfather who served in World War I, a father and an uncle in World War II. But despite that kind of service to this country, the immigration issue has followed me through my whole life. As a junior at the University of Colorado, we had a Texas senator approach who was barnstorming the Southwest with his immigration policy, that all individuals with Spanish surnames would have to have a separate ID card. He was warned not to appear at the campus of CU. He was denied his freedom to speak on that issue. I am the legacy of committing to fight for freedom in this community. The short time that I have lived in Sonoma County, I have seen a disparity of discrimination, the backwardness that I would have never expected to find in a liberal community of Sonoma County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saiz. Peter Chernoff, and Peter will be followed by John Jaffray.
Thank you, Mayor. The last three speakers had very important things to say. And if I had the ability to shoot a bolt of lightning through every seat, up through your arse, into your brain, so you'd wake up and put your stupid cell phones and computers down, so you'd pay attention to why these people are here, then maybe something would actually get done. You talk about corporations that are fat and mean. Before the slaves can be free, you got to be clear to see. For the inmates to take over the asylum, you got to be lean, green, serene, but still mean, and comprehend and act, whereas the beverage of leverage, it's a boycott, it's a strike. These people up here, they can't do what you're asking, but if you would wake up and realize that you have all the power, and if you did a strike and a boycott of work and labor and put demands on them, then they would actually probably be tickled to have the opportunity to do some of the things you're talking about. But no, you're professional spectators, glued to TV sets and your computers. That's it. That's your legacy so far. You learn to disregard the lessons of Gandhi, King, and Chavez and others. Nothing but spectators and whiners. You talk about rent control? Boycott all payments, all mortgages and rents. Get off the fence. You're in a nation that's in service to a blood cult maintained by fallen angels. You had this thing about the abortion. 7 million babies taken away from their mothers every day. That's at the factory farms, which most of you support. And yet the carpenter said, as you do unto the least of me, you do unto me, and so to yourselves. He was talking about the animals. And you're going to complain about Donald Trump, but you'll do nothing. I think I heard somewhere that Trump and Pence, they got caught having a conversation where they called the march a performance art comparable to a menstrual flow complete with blood clots on their heads. And what has it accomplished? Nothing. Now, if the women were to get mean like a mother grizzly separated by her cubs by corrupt politicians, something would happen. In France, one day a long time ago, women said no to sex until men took care of business. But you're too busy with your computers and cell phones. Still 20% of you are looking at them. You're just great. Trump just signed up to go forward with Keystone and the DAPL oil things, big time. You know, the beautiful thing is that we're in the most beautiful part in the world, and we have the power, should we decide to wake up and stand up and boycott the system, and then make some demands on people like that. You can change the entire equation just like that.
John Jaffray, followed by Jackie Britton.
Thank you, Council. I don't have a lot to say. I want to thank you for the work you're really doing.
Tilt that microphone up just a little bit straighter.
I want to thank you for the work you're really doing. I'm a member of the Unitarian Universalist congregation, and I recognize that you've declared a homeless emergency. And in line with that declaration, I would request that you please expedite the use of city property for encampments, temporary encampments, so that we can put in visible form, in action, our compassion for the homeless people who are out in the elements. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Britton, followed by Robert Davis.
Good evening, and thank you.
Now, pull that microphone down. There we go. Perfect.
Okay, I'm just here to make a request for public bathrooms in the city of Santa Rosa. I've been here many times before, and I think some of the issues, like Julie was saying, she would like the city to look nice and be clean so people will come back to visit. I think some of the issues that are occurring with the merchants complaining about people defecating in their doorways and urinating on the streets, I think could be solved if we had some bathrooms. I think the issue of porta potties doesn't really solve the problem because they're so mobile, and it seems like we have to keep coming here to beg for funding to provide a porta potty. If some were built, 2 or 3 around town that could be used not just by homeless people, but all people, I think that would do a lot to help clean up our city, to provide a place for people to have relief. If you have to go to the bathroom, you have to go to the bathroom. And there's nothing any of us can do about that. And if you don't have a toilet to use, you find another place. And I think this is a public health issue, and I think it's the responsibility of the city council to make a decision to do something about this and to help the merchants be able to keep a clean city. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Davis, followed by Richard Kanigi.
Can I do it here?
Yes.
Okay. I have to give recognition, first of all. Julie Combs had that parade the other day. It was a sensation. And also, she's dealing with the homelessness here. Now, I got a thing on Facebook that said there's a guy that died near where I go every day. I come from, are you hearing me?
Yes.
No, this woman's, anyway, I come from Indian Health with food, hot food, and a lot of oranges. I picked them on the way there, under the bridges. Those people are very sick. That man that that died, he was very sick and probably had pneumonia. All 3 of the bridges underneath need attention from us, and they need to go to hospitals and stuff like that. I know I'm feeding them. I'm giving them oranges. Other than that, I'm part of the media here, and we don't know if we're opened or not, and I don't know why. Free speech is the thing we have to deal with here. If we don't have free speech, forget the United States, it's going to go down the tubes.
Thank you, Mr. Canini. And he'll be followed by Ben Prentice.
Mayor, council members, what he said. Yeah, it's a life and death situation out there. You know that, right? It's life and death. And when you're sick and out on the street, can you put yourself in their shoes? That's for real. The items I was going to talk to you about pale in comparison. So, rapid modification here. This is good about the spirit, the changing that we're seeing. You know, we heard that with Trump, it's getting rude out there, getting crude. Well, I'll tell you what happened on the 21st, Saturday, while taking the bus to the march. Sitting in front of me was a gentleman from East Africa, Ethiopian, Eritrean, well-dressed, polite, sat inboard. He doesn't sit outboard, hogging the seats, as happens on city bus. 2 people, males, I won't call them men, walked by. One looked at him and said, I got it written down here, "What are you looking at, N-word?" on city bus Saturday. So you're right about that. We need to address that. I just spent cumulatively 2 months in Dixie, Louisiana, and North Carolina. Not once did I hear the N-word. In Louisiana, you refer to people by their first name and Miss and Mrs. and Mr. Not once did I see any of this hatred in Louisiana. And I was down in the deep part of Louisiana and North Carolina, but right here in Santa Rosa. As far as parties, that lady's right. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Why don't you put a couple of parties out under those bridges? In ancient Rome, it was desirable to have property near a public toilet. Ancient Rome had flushing toilets. They flushed it with spring water, by the way, but that's going a bit too far. They knew that. They knew that when people had to go, they had to go, and it was desirable to live near a public toilet. We don't seem to have the brains the Romans had 2,000 years ago. And that's a shame. Because when nature calls, it's not optional. Thank you for listening, and these were much, much more important items. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Prentice.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Hi, my name's Ben Prentice, and I was born and raised here in Santa Rosa. I came here tonight to represent and support our immigrant community. I have many close friends who are very dear to me who are immigrants. And aren't we living in a country formed by immigrants ourselves? I want to just keep this short and to the point. I think first we need to refuse to cooperate with ICE. And second, we need to make it a first priority to have Santa Rosa a city that stands for immigration reform. Santa Rosa also needs to make a public announcement that it is a city that refuses to cooperate with the ICE and stands for immigration reform. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have for public comment session. Report items. And Mr. McGlynn, we have a report item and a public hearing tonight that both deal with budget issues. And I know that there are a lot of people here in the audience who want to comment about various budget issues. And I want to make sure that we're clear on which item is which and where the appropriate place to make various comments might be on the agenda.
So 14.1 is about our current fiscal year and processes that we have in place and some adjustments we need to get, including some technical adjustments on revenue received, such as you'll see in the reimbursement for fire services that we extended to the community. 15.1 is a public hearing. It is the traditional launch of the budget process for the city. That is where we ask you set aside time to begin to get some formal input on the decisions that you will be making about priority and determination for the upcoming budget process. Council will be going to a series of strategic planning sessions. Those will be public meetings as well. And the public is invited to participate, listen in on those conversations as council works through its strategic planning. What I would say is this is a mandate by charter that you have this conversation and this formal launch of the fiscal year, the upcoming fiscal year process. And so that's in a nutshell the difference. Some folks may not, feel like they still don't know where exactly their commentary lies, but I think council will receive the input, and even if something may be deferred to 15.1, staff is taking note on these issues, and we will make sure it informs the budget process as we move forward. So if someone says something that they feel fits in one, and we're listening and we're trying to help categorize that for future conversations as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Lochner.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight we're going to discuss a mid-year budget amendment. So we're going to give you a little overview. I'm going to provide you a little bit of information on general fund reserves. Then we'll talk about the amendments that we're requesting to make to our existing budget and what brought those amendments forward, and some additional personnel transactions that are a result of classification studies done by our Human Resources Department. So the mid-year budget amendment addresses immediate operational needs. This is needs that we have come up after we passed our budget and to get us through the next 6 months as we finalize our fiscal year. We're recognizing some revenue over original estimates, approving some various one-time and ongoing expenditure requests, and then the personnel actions.
Okay, can I interject? We've also fielded some additional requests around homeless activities that staff is still working through with providers and getting cost estimates. In the time frame that we had over the last couple of weeks, those processes are underway. We will be bringing back additional items on that front as soon as we can. Especially around, we're in active conversations about extending the contract around rapid rehousing with the provider, and we're looking at Samuel Jones Hall. We continue some conversations with the Armory. As those evolve, we'll be bringing those forward for council for immediate action consideration with appropriation associated with it.
So the council has a policy that establishes our general fund reserves at 15 to 17% of the general fund expenditures. The what we currently have in our reserves are assigned and unassigned reserves. Our assigned reserves include that 17%. The unassigned reserves really are unallocated funds that we just have not appropriated for any particular purpose. These reserves are one-time funds. They do not recur. So the unassigned reserves that we have as a result of the fiscal year close, fiscal year 15-16, was $12.8 million. This is due to our revenues coming in about $10.4 million higher than expected, most of that one-time revenues, and you'll see that in just a minute. In addition to that, we did have expenditures, what we call turn back from the departments of about $481,000. And then there was some fund balance that carried forward from prior year. So this is to show you the about $10.4 million of funding that came in over our expectations. Our property tax revenue came in $847,000 more than we expected. This is an ongoing revenue. It's not ongoing in the fact that we'll get an additional $847,000 every year. It's the fact that this goes into our projections and we build on top of the total revenue as we make our projections for property tax. So that was a good bump, that will allow us to continue to support the operations. In addition to that, we had redevelopment residual of $2 million. That revenue is a one-time revenue that came in primarily from some turned back money. We did a bond refunding. And we got some loan repayments. There's one-time amounts that went back to the county, to the property tax trust fund, that they then reallocate to all the taxing entities that benefit from those tax rate areas. And so the city received $2 million because we are one of those taxing entities. This is not an ongoing revenue. This is one time for things that happen during the year. We do receive residual redevelopment funds every year, and it's now that we've stabilized our redevelopment funding, we should be able to get a better handle on what that residual is going to be. It's been very volatile through the dissolution of redevelopment. Our sales tax, this is good news, came in about $2 million over than our expectation. The issue with that is our sales tax is the most volatile revenue source the city has. It ebbs and flows with the whim of our consumers. If they are buying things, we get sales tax revenue. If they're not, we don't. So while it looks like it is, $2 million is a great amount, and it is ongoing revenue, it's not $2 million a year. Just like property tax, it goes into the amount that we project forward on. We received utility users tax. This is considered one-time revenue. There is a case going through the courts right now on utility users tax that's tied to excise tax. Our utility users tax code does not tie our revenue to excise tax, or ties it to excise tax, but doesn't tie it to all that utility revenue. So essentially, that revenue that comes in online is not an excise tax. It doesn't come in through the traditional sources. If we're able to, at some point, modernize our utility user tax code, which requires a vote of the public, then we would see this revenue come back. At this moment in time, we're waiting for that court case to finalize to understand what the real impact is going forward. And so that's about $800,000. Real property transfer tax is almost $1 million there as well. That is a function of our real estate property turnover. So as properties sell, we get a piece of that revenue, as does the county. And while it's both ongoing and one time, so it's again subject to people selling their real estate, and that is, it could continue. It's likely not to continue at the level it has been this past year. We're not sure exactly when that might slow down, but we're thankful for the additional revenue. Our transient occupancy tax, which is also the hotel tax, is about $700,000 more than we projected. And that is an ongoing revenue, again, just like sales tax and property tax. We add that in and project forward based on the additional revenue. Interest income, almost $600,000. A big portion of that is the requirement, accounting requirement to mark to market our investments. So about 300,000 of that, a little over 300,000 of that is just the accounting method of marking it to market. And it's great that our interest is coming in greater than expected, and I expect this to continue to grow. The mark to market typically goes up one year and then goes right back down the following year, so it's hard to say how much of that is sustainable, so we really consider that a one-time revenue. In addition to that, we have the state mandated costs. That's SB 90. This is where the state has to pay us for services they mandate we provide to the community. This has been in flux for many, many years. The state has suspended it, then they've decided to pay it, then they've suspended part of it, and then they've decided to pay that. And so this has been a very difficult revenue to get a good handle on. And it is considered one time because you never really know if you're going to get it in the next year. And then finally, we look at the grants we received. Grants really are one-time revenue because it's dependent on you getting a grant and providing the services that are outlined in the grant requirements, and that was about $2 million. So what we have broken down our requests into 3 categories. So we have our cost-neutral general fund requests, and this just outlines what those are. I'll go through each one individually. The fire department goes out on strike teams to help with fires throughout the state. For that, the state does reimburse us our costs. We do budget for that, but we received more than we budgeted, $539,600 more than we budgeted for that revenue and expense. It's a revenue and offsetting expense, how we budget it. For that, we need to reimburse the fire department for the overtime that they incurred in staffing these strike teams. And we also are using the remainder of that money to help pay for a portion of a negotiated change in the way the staff receives their holiday payoff. So when that happened, when we negotiated that change, it essentially had the department paying for 18 months of holiday pay as opposed to 12 months. The remaining $71,000 of that the department will absorb within their existing budget. So that's it's a revenue and offsetting expenditures for that. It's no effect overall to the general fund. The second cost-neutral request is planning and economic development consulting. In both building and engineering divisions within planning and economic development have received more revenue than expected. They have a lot of activity. They're very, very busy. So we, at this point in time, are giving them an additional $500,000 supported with revenue that they've received to provide for some outside consulting to help them deal with the backlog in plan checks and what's primarily plan checks, and then some building-related costs that they need to have some additional help with that the staff simply cannot get to. The third item on this is to maintain our the TV broadcasting of our meetings as well as some other agencies. Recently, the council discontinued their contract with C Media. We did have some remaining funds in our budget for that contract. We are asking to repurpose that contract to one full-time equivalent senior IT technician This will provide us that high-level support for the other staff we have running the media center here for the council and the other agencies, and will allow us to maintain the continuity of service as we go through the end of the year while we determine how we're going to manage that program in the future. That I will come back to the council as part of a budget request with the next year's budget on how we're going to handle C-Media services, what was provided by C-Media before, and how we're going to provide that going forward. This is a full-time position. It is an ongoing cost. And the fourth item is a police weapons replacement program. Our police service weapons on occasion need to get auctioned off, and we do this very carefully, ensuring that the weapons stay within either police services, so they get put out with other police agencies. Those weapons do not go out to the general public. We did receive $95,597 from that auction, and we are requesting that money go into a replacement program so that we can replace those service weapons. In addition to those cost-neutral requests, we have some new general fund funding requests. The first of these items is a request from the city clerk's office, which deals with election costs. So for the November 2016 election, we were $25,550 over budget, so we're requesting to make that whole. In addition to that, we know that going forward for the two items we're considering putting on the on the June ballot, which will come forward to you in March, is the referendum on rent control, just cause for eviction, along with the cannabis tax. We have spoken with the county elections folks and determined $500,000 is their estimate for that cost of that special election. So we're requesting $525,550 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to make up those costs. Human Resources has need for some additional professional services. We're requesting $150,000. This is for unanticipated and unbudgeted services and to help get them through the remainder of the year. We do have our bargaining units are all up for renegotiations. There is some support we need in order to do that. We also need routine labor advice, and we've had a higher number of department level recruitments than we had budgeted for. So we are requesting $150,000 to help that department get through the remainder of the year. And our third item for this is a request for the city council budget for your city attorney's contract. We feel that originally the city attorney's contract was paid for with expected salary savings. That has been exhausted. We need some additional funds to continue to pay for the legal service as we continue to look for and hire our permanent city attorney. We're requesting, so the primary needs for this has been the Roseland annexation, and the cannabis tax has been a big need for legal services for those two things that was not anticipated. And we're asking for $425,000 from the unassigned fund balance, again, to pay for that additional work needed. The third item coming forward is personnel transactions. There is a requirement that from CalPERS that we have a salary schedule approved and adopted, the FTEs, by our governing body. So we have to, anytime we change FTEs, of course, we have no authority for that. We can only do that with council approval to add additional FTEs or change what our FTEs do. So twice a year we come forward, once with the budget and once at mid-year with reclassification studies and some of these changes that have, where HR has done their work and determined these are appropriate and necessary for the operation of the city. And I'll go through those requests. In the finance department, we are requesting to reclassify a stores keeper to a store specialist. We currently have, this is for our warehouse, our central warehouse function. Those positions are really very minimal in cost difference. We're requesting to up the positions so that they're both equal positions. This would allow us to have backup on the days, since we are open 5 days a week, coverage for lunches, and doing all the full scope of the duties and split it amongst 2 people, and not overly burden one person with some of those higher level tasks, which can better be managed and more efficiently through splitting the work between 2 people. So the increased contract management and is what has supported this through the HR division or department. And there is no budget impact on this particular item for the current year. It's a very minimal dollar amount, can be absorbed within the budget. The next one is reclassification of a payroll specialist. So we did a study to currently our classification for payroll, we have accounting assistants. We're requesting to reclassify 2 accounting assistants assigned to the payroll division and separate them out and call them payroll specialists. This designates them separately from what we have in our accounts payable section, which is also accounting assistants. The study that performed by HR determined that the payroll specialist is a more appropriate classification for these positions going forward due to the wide variety of tasks they do that's very different from what our accounts payable staff does. Current year budget impact, again, we will be absorbing this within our existing appropriations. In the Planning and Economic Development Department, there's a new classification being requested for Economic Development Manager. This is upgrading a position to create a, this classification was the Manager of Operations in Housing and Economic Development. It was a Housing and Economic Development Manager. When we reorganized and split that function off into Planning and Economic Development, it's not, first of all, it's not an appropriate title for the position anymore. And second of all, we felt it was important to look at what the position really should be as a result of the reorganization. Again, HR did the classification study and determined that the appropriate position is an economic development manager. This is based on current and anticipated duties for that position. Again, this will not have a current impact on the budget. The position is currently vacant. Also, we have in our water department a new classification for Department Information Technology Supervisor. The water department in the budget process added a senior programmer analyst as to provide direct supervision to their asset management team. This was seemed appropriate at the time. It was a position we had. They asked HR to take a look at the position, and what really works for us better is a new classification for the city called Department Information Technology Supervisor. So this is a supervisory position as opposed to what was in there before. It's more appropriate for what we're asking that position to do. And again, this has no impact on the budget. It just has an impact on the FTEs. And the final personnel transaction we're asking for approval is it's again a new classification. It is in the budget process, the water department added a supervising engineer. That was the position that was available that most closely met their needs. They determined, again with HR, determined with their help that the more appropriate position for this is a water reuse engineer. This is for the water reuse division within the water department. And they're asking for this new position to be created. And again, there is no impact to the budget for this. It is changed from one position to another. And with that, we'll answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner. Questions, council? Councilman Rogers.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a couple of quick questions for you. I wanted to start off sort of as a general categorization here. Is it fair to say that we're having this item because our revenues are above our projection and our spending is below our projection?
We have not gone to that level at this point in time. Typically, we don't get our mid-year total revenues until around the end of January. So we have not fully analyzed where our revenue position is. And we're not actually using ongoing revenue as the source for these particular changes. What I can tell you is from the preliminary information we have, our property tax revenue seems to be really close to our projections. Our sales tax revenue is still coming in higher than projected. So likely these changes would be supported with ongoing revenue. We, at this point in time, do expect that the departments will fully expend their budgets. We do budget for a vacancy factor. So as we have vacant positions, we do have a budget for that. So we budget for all the positions being filled, but we know in an organization this size, you don't keep 100% of your positions filled 100% of the fiscal year. So we do budget for that, but at this point in time, we don't have a pure analysis on the revenues.
For the obsolete weapons that were sold, can you tell us a little bit about that process? Why are they sold off and then new weapons are purchased? Is it just that they're old, particularly if they're not being sold to the public but being sold to other public safety agencies, is what I thought I heard you say. Good to see you, Chief. If you could just give us a little bit of background on that process.
Mayor, council members, Chief of Police St. Schreeder. Yeah, we converted a couple of years back to one firearm, which actually streamlined training needs, streamlined our training regarding the armorers that take care of the weapons, fix them, these kinds of things, decreased our costs for servicing and purchasing. So we converted them, and then we had a variety of weapons that end up being sold in the warehouse process through purchasing.
Okay, so this is just a continuation of that. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I see for the cost of the election, we're budgeting $525,000. I thought when the item came before us last week or 2 weeks ago, the estimated cost was around $460,000 total. Is there an explanation for what the difference is, or are we just trying to make sure we don't have to come back and?
The cost estimate we got was $493,000 for two ballot measures on the June election.
Okay, so we're just building in a little bit of a buffer with the 525?
Well, remember, there's also there was a cost overrun in the fall election of about $25,000. So again, there's a minute cushion here, but it's 525, but it's not a huge cushion.
It's about $6,000 over what our estimate is.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then last one, because I didn't see it on the slide, and I know people are looking at it with fresh eyes. It looked to me like the changes this year in the reclassification for employees total among all that you spoke about was about $10,000. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. It's in the staff report, but I didn't see it in the presentation. So for those that are watching in the audience, all of that total, it seems to be about $10,000. Is that fair?
You're right, it did get left out, but yes, that's about right.
Great, thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Tibbetts.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner. I just had a quick point of clarification. It looks like with all these personnel transactions and jobs, I'm confused. Is this all coming from unassigned revenue in the general fund, or, for example, is the water reuse center engineer coming out of the enterprise fund for the utilities department.
So the two positions that are for water do come out of the water department funds. What you need to remember is they were budgeted this year, so the difference between what was budgeted in the position that they requested and what they're actually asking for now is very minimal, and they can absorb it within their existing budget. The other positions are general fund, and the same answer applies. They can be absorbed within existing budget because the change for this year is very minimal.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilman Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for the city manager. I appreciate your giving us an update as to where we were with some of our housing options. I guess one question I have, the number one on the list was the money for rapid rehousing. I heard you made reference to it. My interest would be that if that money not expire, because I was thinking of that one, we might be able to accomplish it in a more rapid fashion since we don't need employees. So my question for you is, if there is need for some additional funding to establish that, in other words, we have a landlord, we have a client, well, does anything have to come back to us and we lose that opportunity for funding?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if that opportunity did come forward, we do have the ability to move our budget around and temporarily cover that. We do have to come back for council to appropriate funds, but we could manage in the interim with current budget.
So I would just like to make that request. That would be my interest if the opportunity is there. It's not delayed, so it has to go to the subcommittee and or this body.
We're not seeking to delay any further. We're just trying to get that's one where we're having to look at the contract. There might be a contract threshold issue. Again, we'd have to appropriate anyway, but that's where we're going back to amend an existing agreement with a provider. So we have to work through some technical issues on that side, but that is underway.
So I appreciate it. I just know it's pretty clear on the homeless subcommittee policy in this body. We don't want to have process get in the way of actually finding housing for someone if the opportunity is there.
And I appreciate that. There may be some legal considerations and some form considerations that I still need to adhere to. Our intent is to act, but when we get into contract amendment, I have limitations on what my authority is, and then we may have to bring some things back. I don't know that that's the case here, but we're interpreting that the direction was to pursue these activities. That's what we're trying to do, to pursue the 5 things that were moved forward to council.
In the priority order.
In the priority order that they were listed.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. On the fire department reimbursements for their out-of-area work, you mentioned that $71,000 of that would be absorbed into the fire department budget. That's a little bit amorphous, and I wondered, I mean, is that for anything specific, or does it just?
No, so what they needed to cover that holiday pay, so we cover the overtime. That doesn't take the full $590,000. In addition to that, they requested that we help them with managing what was negotiated, where they have to pay an extra 6 months of holiday pay. What was available out of that revenue was that $71,000 short. So the department looked at their budget and determined that they could absorb that $71,000. At this point in time, they think that they can, within their budget, move it around and make sure that they can pay for that and not go over budget. We're going to continue to watch and make sure that's the case. And if it's not, we would come back to council and ask for additional funds. But at this point, they feel they can pay for it with their existing budget.
Okay. On the city attorney's increase of that budget, I believe it's $425,000, and you mentioned that 3 areas. The actual cost of the contract city attorney, and then work on the cannabis issue and the Roseland annexation issue. Is there a breakdown between those 3?
We don't have an exact breakdown. Most of that has been managed through our city attorney, and I'll let Sue answer.
Sue Gallagher, Assistant City Attorney. And yes, we do have the breakdown It's only actually about 2% of the billings. What we're talking about is July to November at this point. Those are the billings that we have in and had available to us. Only about 2% at that time were devoted to those two issues. The rest was direct city attorney work.
Okay, so, and this is looking backwards then, not forward?
That is looking backwards. Going forward, we do anticipate quite a bit of work, both on the annexation and on the cannabis. We'll, of course, be bringing back the cannabis tax as well as the substantive cannabis ordinance.
Okay, and just so I understand, this $425,000 is between now and the end of this fiscal year?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the council? I have a couple cards on this. I want to remind the audience that the public that this item is dealing with these specific budget amendment changes, and the next item will be for helping us identify priorities for next year's budget. So comments on this item, we'll start with Dwayne DeWitt. Is Dwayne still here? Then we'll go to Peter Chernoff.
So we're talking about budgets, taxes, revenues. You know, we're focused, on the one hand, on trying to do right for the people in this county. You know, it's the most beautiful county in the world. I mean, there's reasons that Luther Burbank and Charles Schultz stopped here. And for some mystical, magical reason, the people that are in this audience and the people up there on the board, that's why we're here somehow. Must be some real powerful magic, some powerful, wonderful thing. So we're focused on that, but then we got the hocus pocus. You got the other hand, you got well-meaning public servants that are somehow hamstrung by political protocols and lawyers. And I'm thinking to myself, how much more money are you going to spend on these lawyers? Maybe we should give them some special seats up way high and give them some like royal gowns and jewelry so they can actually play the role that they're imposing on the rest of us somehow. I'd like to see a document made public showing how many bar lawyers are ensconced like ticks on a hound throughout the city system and the county systems for that matter. I mean, like at the UC University level, statewide, there's 27,000 lawyers working in California UC system. What are they but legal parasitic leeches, state-sanctioned thieves, making everything 1,000 times more difficult for all of us while they just laugh about it. We're in the most beautiful, powerful county in the world, but we're being run by a corrupt Fed. And I just want to share with you this. I do all I know how, you're caged to rattle. Till you comprehend it's a spiritual battle, and the power is with us to make this change. Certain things need to rearrange. I heard them talk about elections. They should be free. Don't we have public forums? Should there not just be speeches where people with intelligence can come listen? Isn't that easy enough? Why would you spend a nickel on someone to put into office? You want to hear what they have to say. Not how much money they can come up with to play. I mean, look at D.C. How many billionaires are in D.C. with their lawyerly minions? They're not giving you their opinions. They're telling you how it is. They rule the roost. It's all about money, corruption, and greed. But this county is so beautiful. We have more power than they do. Should we stand up and take the lead? So you got this Fed, you know, they're the ones that, shouldn't we have the authority to stand up and say, you know what, this whole thing is treason. Let's just rearrange the whole thing. It's not going to happen in D.C., so why shouldn't it happen here? We can stand up and say it's treason. This whole thing with the Fed, they shot Lincoln and Kennedy dead, and all the people that died in the wars and casualties since 1913, not to mention that if you looked up Titanic Federal Reserve, you'll see another reason to call false media stories Titanic Federal Reserve
Mr.
conspiracy. The Fed took it out.
Do you need we have a resolution on this. Are there any further questions or comments from the council? Mr. Oliveros, you have the item.
Thank you, Mayor. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the fiscal year 2016-2017 budget and amending the classification and salary plan, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Your votes? We have 7 ayes. All right, we are to the public hearing, and I want to thank all of you who are here for your patience. Sometimes it takes us a while to get through all this other business. This public hearing is the beginning of our process that will culminate with us adopting a budget in late June. We are glad that you're here to help us do this, and I'm going to respect your attendance by not taking a formal break right now. But some council members may want to take a break while we're talking about this. As long as we keep a quorum up here, that will keep the public hearing going. Just for all of you, we started with some other meetings this afternoon and a closed session 5 hours ago. So some of the council may need a break. But we're going to keep going. And Mr. City Attorney, it's in your hands at this point. I mean, I mean, Mrs. City Manager.
Thank you. Item 15.1, public hearing, fiscal year 2017-18 budget priorities. Deborah Lochner, Chief Financial Officer, presenting.
Good evening again. So today we're going to receive public input on the budget priorities for fiscal year 2017-18, receive public input on the council's goals, which we will be discussing in, coming up soon, and review the town hall meeting results, and then provide some important budget links for the community to give us additional comments if they're not prepared to give us those comments tonight, and identify our next steps for the budget process. So as far as the CAB town hall meetings, which we will be providing a full report back to the council on February 28th, the CAB held 8 town hall meetings in various areas of the city. We had 113 people that attended these meetings. The results in order of priority from the public were affordable housing resources, street pavement improvements, police facilities, and recreation and community facilities. So we do have a couple areas where the public can provide comments. We do have our website, srcity.org/budget comments. And we have the Open Santa Rosa Budget app, which is budget.srcity.org. Our next steps will be for the council to receive a report from the CAB on February 28th that will further describe their town hall meetings and the results. We will have council goal setting on March 10th, where we will talk about the council's goals for the coming year. Departments and the city manager will develop the budget using these public priorities and council goals. That happens February through May. The council will review the draft department budgets at study sessions in May, and a draft budget document will be available to the public June 1st. And we hold our budget hearings June 13th. And with that, we will open it for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner. I'm going to open the public hearing. And before I call down some speakers, I want to just acknowledge that we've had dozens of emails on various budget items, and I'm sure we'll continue to get those in the coming months. I want to assure you that when you email the City Council, we do read those emails. Sometimes when dozens of them come in the first 2 days of the week, they don't all get answered right away, but we do see them. The first speaker is Tanya Nereth, and she will be followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
Good evening, Mayor Corsi and council members. Thank you for being here this evening and hearing this public hearing about budget priorities. I'm here tonight in my role as the chair of the Community Advisory Board, so you heard just a brief preview of what we'll be coming back to share with you in February. And I just wanted to, on behalf of the CAB, first of all, thank all the CAB members and the city staff who were very active in that process. As you may recall, one of our key priorities and duties as a CAB is to help facilitate the public input process for the capital improvement program. And so we conducted the 8 town hall meetings in the fall, and they were well attended, better attended than the first year that we did these meetings. And the purpose of the meetings was to share information about the city's services as well as to hear inputs from the public. So I think of it in a way as kind of a primer for this process that we're beginning tonight to start getting those inputs and sharing information with the community. So we'll be back on February 28th to give you a full report, both spoken and written. And some of the elements of that report will share with you the outreach strategies that we used, the lessons learned in terms of what we'd like to do differently the next time we do this, the attendance at the meetings, the structure of the meetings, and then again, recommendations for future outreach and engagement. I would also like to ask that you consider in your budget priorities additional funding for CAB. We found that these outreach meetings were fairly time-consuming and costly, both for staff as well as the CAB members, and so we'd like you to consider providing additional funding in the CAB budget for those, and also to consider providing additional funding for the community improvement grants, which we had another great round of grants this last year and would like to continue that program, grow it, and make it even stronger for the community. So I thank you for your support and your time, and look forward to seeing you on February 28th.
Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt, followed by Ann Seeley. Dwayne is not returned. Ms. Seeley, and she'll be followed by Bucky Jackson.
Good evening, Mayor Corsi and Council. Ann Seeley speaking for Concerned Citizens for Santa Rosa. I have 3 things to ask of you. First, please allow budget room for affordable housing production support and for assistance for the homeless. You've begun in those efforts in a most impressive way, an earnest way, and I hope that you'll continue. In today's Press Democrat, the editorial portion, there was an excellent letter from a citizen who said, while we are arguing with among the highlights of the Obama administration versus what's to come with President Donald Trump, what we can do to help those who might be abandoned, what can we do to help those who might be abandoned by the incoming administration? This is a significant place where local government makes a difference. Please also do all the follow-through to complete the Roseland annexation so that residents in the Southwest area see the benefit of belonging to this good city. That's going to take considerable effort. Please continue your support for the Southeast Greenway project to see it to fruition so it can provide the fabulous benefits that it will. And thank you for your earlier discussion about the urgency of assisting in the timing of this so that they might be successful in receiving grants. Thanks very much, Council.
Thank you. Bucky Jackson, followed by George Uberti. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Uberti, followed by Richard Canini.
How are you? I'm flirting pretty hard with being late for work here, but I'm here because I need to talk to you more than I need the money that I would make by going to work. In our society, we have democracy and we have economics, and I believe that democracy is more important than economics, and for that reason I'm putting my money where my mouth is, so to speak. I think a lot about democracy, about what rights are. The way I see it, a right is something that you have to be afforded the opportunity to make a choice about. If I'm going to vote, you know, I have a right to vote. I need to be afforded the opportunity to do that. I have a right to information as an extension of my right as a democratic agent to decide. So I have a right to an education. Information and education are connected in that way. I spent most of today trying to come here to talk to you all. I originally showed up at 2. Doors were closed. I've found out since then that I could have addressed you at 2. I didn't know that. Getting information about when and how to democratically engage with you all is not an easy thing to do. I went to the homelessness is an issue that's very important to me, in part because I believe that those are people who are denied a voice of any kind in our society. And so I went to the homeless encampment. I brought them some soup and some other things. I asked them if they wanted to come to the meetings. You know, I mean, I believe it's important for us to reach out, to take an active part in democratically engaging with people. I mean, this room is packed. These people are here not for any benefit besides being recognized by you all, besides being democratically engaged. It's incredibly important to people. It's incredibly important to me. I had to leave last week. I didn't have the opportunity to engage with you all. Ran out of time. I had to go to work, you know. I would like to see, as a city, as we go forward and we look for how do we spend our money, I would like to see people democratically engaged. I would like to see people provided with information about when and how they can come and they can address you all. It's not easy information to come by. Not only is it not easy information to come by, it's not very easy information to sort through. I almost missed my opportunity to talk to you all tonight because I didn't totally understand the public comment process or when and how. These rules are borderline hidden, and when they are discovered, they're rather opaque. I believe that we need to take an active role in making democracy as present in our citizens' life as economics is. I know I have to get a job. I have no trouble being engaged in the economic dimension of American life. I have a lot of trouble being engaged with the democratic dimension of American life, and I think that's something that as a city we have a responsibility to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Canini, followed by Jenny Doyle.
Mayor, council, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I bid you greetings. Well, it should be real clear that the big issue is housing. And I would even suggest you sweep all these petty bourgeoisie issues into the dustbin and put every dime you can into housing. When we had the great debate about redevelopment, you try to justify it by saying redevelopment provided housing. Of course, we know that was mostly spin. And Mr. Gable could explain to you far better than I how that was just spin. But we've lost him, a great advocate for housing. So how about you do what you said you were doing, which put every penny of this redevelopment money, this residual, return, whatever it's called, into housing. Every penny of it, the $2 million, and all that's coming forward, because that's what you told us you were doing with it. So do it, please. Housing. People are dying out there. If you don't know that by now, well, you do know that by now, so what are you doing about it? Isn't this a life safety issue? 60% of your budget goes to public safety. This is not being addressed adequately, sorry. Starting to Really frosts me here. Okay, and then the other thing you do is you're colluding with Wall Street. You fund a lot of your projects like Courthouse Square with munis, municipal bonds which generate tax-free income for Wall Street. And then we are taxed to pay back those munis with interest. You are taking money out of our pocket and giving it to Wall Street, and they don't have to pay income tax on it. You've done that, and you're still doing it. How about you get off the muni drug? That'd be a good thing. You recently gave about $750,000 of our money through redevelopment to a Wall Street billionaire, Mr. Simons. You can read about it if you go back in the old issues of Press Democrat. You did that to us. Not the two new guys, and not Julie Coombs, Ms. Coombs. Show anyone who didn't vote for it. And Mr. Corsi wasn't on at that time. You're doing things like that. You know better than Washington. You know better than Chicago. How about putting a couple coins in the city bus? That helped some of the least fortunate above us. You don't put a penny in the city bus. Other municipalities do. Why don't you think about the lower end of the political economic spectrum? Like Dwayne said. Thank you.
Jenny Doyle, followed by P.W. Hughes.
Good evening. I'm glad that I stayed for the last hour because I really learned a lot about what the city does need, and that's what we think we need to put into the budget priority. And that I represent Santa Rosa Together, and the funding of a bilingual outreach coordinator within the Office of Community Engagement to support neighborhoods and the CAB and the city departments would go a long way to addressing some of the root concerns that are expressed here. The people here have solutions. We just haven't asked the right people for the right solutions. We are. And I think the Office of Community Engagement is a key part to addressing the processes and the policies in the new budget. So an outreach, at least one, bilingual outreach coordinator would be dynamite. Thank you.
Thank you. P.W. Hughes, followed by Chris Welch. Mr. Hughes is not here. Chris Welch, followed by Efren Carrillo. Mr. Welch or Ms. Welch, not here. Efren Carrillo, followed by Amy Jones-Kerr.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, esteemed council members, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Efren Carrillo. I have been a resident of West and Southwest Santa Rosa for the last 30 years, and you will be hearing no alternative facts from me in my remarks this evening. But the coalition to support the Rosen Library and your Sonoma County Library Commission are here to request funds to assure a permanent home for a library in Roseland. I'd like to acknowledge members of this coalition and supporters of the library by asking them to raise their books.
They are.
The Roseland Library will be housed in the Roseland Neighborhood Village, currently being developed by Mid-Peninsula Housing and the Community Development Commission of the county. In its planning phase, the community has received assurances that a location for a permanent library can be included in the Roseland Village plan. We are pleased with the possibility of being able to co-locate with the Boys and Girls Club under one roof in one building. Preliminary estimates of the building cost, including tenant improvements, books, and equipment, are estimated at about $4 million. In order to achieve the needed capital, a financing plan has been developed which includes securing both public and private financing. Your commitment is necessary to achieving this long-held vision for West and Southwest Santa Rosa. And we are seeking to secure a $1 million pledge from the City of Santa Rosa. A matching contribution from the County of Sonoma, also at a $1 million amount, will be sought. Additional tenant improvements will be underwritten by the library system's operating accounts. The coalition is also launching a public campaign to secure $1 million in contributions from the public. The ownership of the library could be space held by the city or owned by the city or the library, and of course your input and your advice would certainly be welcomed. Personally, I recognize the numerous priorities before you and the difficult task of balancing the various community needs. The Greenway, housing, roads, parks, public safety, you name the issue and the need, it's certainly present in our city. And yet we are confident that public support is strong to achieve this important effort. Yet council support is crucial. Libraries contribute to community cohesion. Libraries provide safe havens. They educate and link individuals, community resources. This four-way partnership between the city, county, community, and libraries is a unique public-private partnership that will best serve the citizens and families of Roseland, Southwest, and West Santa Rosa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy Jones-Kerr. Amy will be followed by Linda Garcia.
Thank you. My name is Amy Jones-Kerr, the extremely proud superintendent of the Roseland School District. I'm here today to speak to you about what a permanent library would mean to the Roseland community, families, and students. As our first Roseland School District alumni experienced their freshman year at college, there was an aha message that we consistently heard from them. The day they found the library was the day they began to do better in college. The quiet, the resources, the assistance, the access to computers, and the being surrounded by knowledge were all things that helped our students succeed in college. As we reflected on their experiences, we realized our students did not have access to a library close by. Nearly 10 years later, we have the beginnings of a new library in the Roseland area. This was welcomed with much joy and appreciation by the Roseland School District staff and our school board. We know that libraries make a difference to the lives of all students and their success. However, the next step is creating a permanent library space in the Roseland Village Neighborhood Center. Our success in the Roseland School District is much attributed to our staff, our parents, our students, and our community members. It is by working together that 95% of our students graduate high school compared to 82% statewide. It is by working together that 96% of our graduates plan to attend a 2-year or 4-year college after high school. Our students need access to books, a safe and quiet place to do homework, and research projects, and study after school and on weekends. Most importantly, our students need to establish the routine of using the library so that as they transition to college, they know that the library will play an important role in their success. In addition, our families have expressed much interest in wanting a place to learn English, computer skills, and how to help their children succeed. The Roseland School District looks forward to the possibility of partnering with Sonoma County, the Roseland Village Neighborhood Center Project, and the residents of the Roseland area to continue our work in ensuring that all of our students have the opportunity and the choice to attend college and become positive contributing members and leaders of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Garcia. Linda will be followed by Shelley Browning.
Thank you very much. And a big thank you to all of you who individually and as a council supported Measure Y. I am honored to be an emeritus of the University of California, Davis, and therefore a retired and therefore a volunteer. I am a Sonoma County Library Commissioner for the City of Santa Rosa and the County of Sonoma. And I am here today to encourage you to budget in the Roseland Library into your budget considerations. Because the Roseland Library, and we've all had these conversations individually or together, is a safe place, is a place for everybody, for every age. And that would mean children, everything from toddler time, reading to a dog, how to survive the new SAT, and 3 or 4 years ago, I took the class on how to apply to Medicare. Okay. And I have real facts here about Roseland. And that is from July 1st to December 31st of 2016, the door count was 8,300. The circulation, they checked in 9,500 books, checked out almost 8,000 books. There were programs for children, for teens, and adults. People sometimes think the library is just for children and families. It's for all of us. All of us can get a library card, even if you're a dreamer. And it's more important, and we've looked at libraries. When I was a young woman, and when I was a young woman, it was books, magazines, LPs, and newspapers. Now it's ebooks, DVDs, CDs, computers, foreign languages, literature. The library is a place of education, and it's a safe place. It's gang prevention. It's youth development. It's finding a job on Monday if you don't have a computer. It is partnerships, hopefully with the city of Santa Rosa and Eric McHenry, to do audiovisual training, to work with the schools on SAT prep, to do programs that are not graded. Again, youth development, gang prevention, a place for the community, a place to be. The Roseland Library has tremendous potential. For some of us, growing up in a home of love and good food, the only book and newspaper was a Bible and the Catholic Voice. Not everyone can go to Barnes & Noble and buy a book, but everybody can check out a book. When we read, when we study, when we have homework help from volunteers, we join that gang called Honor Society and high school graduates, and from there come contributing members of society. So I'd say to you, thank you so much for your support. We need your continued support to build Roseland. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Roseland Library.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you that the practice in this room is to show your appreciation and support for speakers by waving your hands. If you applaud or boo or other audible displays, the next person can't hear their name being called. And that's Shelley Browning, followed by Luann Daly.
Here.
Shelley.
Heard you, I'm ready. Thanks. Good evening, Mayor Corsi, respected council members, and community members. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Friends of Public Banking of Santa Rosa. I'm presenting to you a proposal for a business plan for the establishment of a public bank in Santa Rosa. The proposal was written by Tom Seguras, and I dropped off a copy of the proposal to each of you earlier today. Tom Seguras is a freelance public policy analyst, engineer, and writer. He makes his home in Rhode Island, and which is an ideal lab for studying the effects on the local economy of poor public policy and broken finance markets. In '91, he became a banking analyst in a hurry upon the onset of Rhode Island's very own banking crisis. Since then, he has consulted to dozens of elected officials, candidates, and activists in Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, California, Vermont, and elsewhere around the country on public finance, banking, tax policy, and sustainable economic development. He's the author of Checking the Banks, the nuts and bolts of banking for people who want to fix it. I'm advocating for a public bank, and I'm here are several of the reasons why. I learned at a city council meeting here a few years back that the city of Santa Rosa has $50 million on deposit at Wells Fargo. That is comprised of our tax dollars. Do we know where they are investing our money? It's pretty clear it's not Main Street. Wells Fargo is one of the top 13 banks providing the capital for the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. This means that our tax dollars are helping to fund things that we may or not be in support of. We should be asking Wells Fargo, where are they investing our hard-earned tax dollars? Or better yet, let's put our own tax dollars on deposit in our own bank and use that credit to generate and invest in our own community. Any city government tries its best to use tax revenue, budget cuts, bonding, and the sale of public assets as a funding source. North Dakota has these same four choices, but they have a fifth: funding a project with credit that they issue to themselves through a public bank. The Bank of North Dakota is a depository bank where all state fee and tax revenues are placed by the treasurer. Many infrastructure projects in North Dakota cost only 2% per annum for up to 30 years. This financing is available to municipalities for schools, waterworks, housing infrastructure, virtually anything deemed a good investment by the Bank of North Dakota. There are plenty of examples of this in their annual report. Some of the notable ones are the infrastructure loans, which are used to build everything from sewers to curbs, street construction for housing to expansive water plants. The interest earned on those loans goes right back into the bank to continue financing the needs of the state. Contrast that with Sonoma County Energy Independence Program here in Sonoma County. That program uses borrowed money from taxpayers, recently expanded to use private credits to fund a $60 million loan program. The end result of this expensive approach is limited capital at a relatively high cost of 7%. That $60 million of taxpayer money could be used to capitalize a bank that has 9 times as much lending capacity. One last sentence. If we really want to stretch our taxpayer dollars, we should use a better model than tax and lend. Thank you.
Thank you. Luann Daly. Followed by Linda Prue.
Hello there. Thank you to the mayor and the council members who are here. And I am also here on behalf of the Friends of the Santa Rosa Public Bank, or the Santa Rosa Friends of the Public Bank, which is still in the formation stage. And I got interested in it 3.5 years ago when I went, when I went to Marin for a 3-day Public Banking Institute conference, and that was Matt Taibbi, the writer for Rolling Stone, who covered the financial crisis, was the headline speaker. And I became aware of the possibility of public banking. Most of our money is going into private banks, and we have no say over how it's invested. And nor does the city get the advantage of fractional reserve banking, which I suppose you all know what that is. But it's a huge thing. When I was trying to explain to my college-age daughter recently, I said, "So what do you think?" She's like, "Sounds like you should be a bank. That's where the money is." Well, that is where the money is. And so we could lend more than we have. That's how they do that. I suppose you all are economics smart. And this bank would be a bank-to-bank bank. It wouldn't be a retail bank. So it would save money that way. So you wouldn't have to have offices and everything. And people would still have to have their checking accounts and so on at RCU or credit unions. And you could say, well, how's it different from a credit union? Because credit unions lend their money locally, but it would have a much bigger capacity. So I have been told, and I may be wrong, and I haven't fact-checked this, I assume you all know, or the CFO does, that the reunification thing was $10.5 million, and $10.5 million carrying costs, and this, at a lower interest rate, could be $6 million carrying costs. So it seems to me that the City Council really has a fiduciary duty to seriously look into what it would take to create a public bank and lower our carrying costs. Because we could save $4.5 million on carrying costs on the reunification project, housing needs could be met. So many more needs could be met if we can lower our carrying costs, and if we can have a locally elected board that determines where does money go, what projects are important to us. We don't have to ship our money off to Wall Street to have them invested. So I think that would be really huge. And so my ask here is that you can fund us to create a business plan and work with us. We can meet with you one-on-one. On board with this is Mark Armstrong, who's one of the nationally known figures here. He lives now back east. And another guy from back east are big experts, but they're coming, and Oakland is working on this too. Charter cities, which Santa Rosa is, have a huge advantage to create this. And so he's coming, I forget when exactly, February 7th, I think he's offered to come and meet with us. I think we should meet with him and get this thing going.
Thank you. Linda Prue, followed by Bob Geiser.
Good evening, Mayor Corsi, City Council. I'm Linda Prue, representing the Southeast Greenway Campaign. And since we have a new council, and because you're going to be prioritizing your projects and your goals and your budget, I'm going to take you down memory lane to understand the city's commitments to the Southeast Greenway project and why it's important to keep the Greenway moving forward. So the Southeast Greenway Campaign was founded in the fall of 2009 to create a vibrant urban greenway stretching from Spring Lake Park down to Farmers Lane. Since 2011, the City of Santa Rosa has included the Greenway in its goals and strategic objectives. Currently, you'll find it under Goal 4, maintain and enhance our city's cultural, historical, and recreational assets. Objective 1, support the efforts of the Southeast Greenway campaign. In June 2014, the City of Santa Rosa signed a letter of intent establishing a Greenway partnership with the Sonoma County Water Agency, Regional Parks, Land Pass, the Greenway Campaign, and then the Sonoma Land Trust joined shortly thereafter. A year later, in August of 2015, the Council authorized a Memorandum of Understanding with Caltrans and the Greenway Partnership in order to collaborate and work toward acquiring the property. The term of the MOU is 5 years, and as you know, the clock is ticking. Finally, in July of 2016, the city entered into a contract with PlaceWorks to conduct a general plan amendment process with a targeted completion date of June 2017. Thus far, the project has been on time and on budget, and we really appreciate all of your support. As you know, the project now, or delaying the project may now result in some missed grant application deadlines and the potential loss of $1.5 to $2 million in acquisition funding. Additionally, delay will have a negative impact on the partnership's ability to meet key milestones in the next fiscal year, which include property appraisal, negotiating a purchase agreement, and acquisition fundraising. So we really appreciate tonight's earlier discussion, and we respectfully ask that you reschedule the joint study session of the Council and Planning Commission as soon as possible in order to complete the general plan amendment in the current fiscal year. The Southeast Greenway project really is a huge opportunity to score a big win for our community based on a successful public-private partnership. Let's keep it moving forward. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Bob Geiser, followed by Alexa Forrester.
Good evening, Mayor Corsi and council members. I'm Bob Geiser. I'm co-chair of the Southeast Greenway Campaign Committee. Linda's spoken about the need to move the project ahead in this fiscal year. Council will be considering how to do that in a couple of weeks, and I appreciate that. I wanted to speak about the need for some budgeting, some city staff resources in the next fiscal year. After the general plan amendment is approved, the Sonoma Land Trust will be taking the lead in property appraisals and grant applications and negotiations with Caltrans, but there will nonetheless be the need for some city staff time involved in all of these. In the property appraisal phase, the directions and information provided to appraisers and the appraisals submitted must be reviewed by the city's legal counsel, right-of-way agent, and staff of the community development, recreation and parks, utilities, and transportation and public works departments. In the grant application phase, particularly for the grant applications we believe will be submitted during the next fiscal year on the city's behalf, city staff time will be needed to provide application information to the Land Trust, review grant applications and agreements, and arrange for council approval of those applications and agreements. And since as much as 2/3 of the Greenway property is expected to end up in city ownership, city staff will play a leadership role in the purchase negotiations with Caltrans and the related discussions with the other Greenway partners. In these negotiations, city staff will also need to address how the property will be legally subdivided and surveyed if necessary, and other questions that may be posed by Caltrans as the purchase terms are worked out. Finally, the city needs to designate a project manager to coordinate these staff activities, handle contacts with the city by the Land Trust, the other partners, and Caltrans, and ensure the full representation of the city's interests. The Southeast Greenway campaign and the Land Trust are available to assist city staff in refining budget estimates for these activities, and we look forward to continue to working with you to secure a valuable community asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexa Forrester, followed by Shirley Chilcott.
Hello, council members. Thank you so much for taking all your time today. My name is Alexa Forrester, and I'm here with my two very, very, very patient sons. I owe them lots of something.
Good job.
We've come here tonight to encourage you and communicate to you how much this project means to us. For my family and many other families like mine who can't be here tonight because they're feeding kids and putting them to bed, it's access to nature, active transportation, safe routes to school, economic vitality, and community building that inspire our passion in this project. And as you are aware, the Greenway has broad support, and hundreds of Santa Rosans have contributed both time and money to build the momentum that has gotten us to this point. You have the opportunity to continue to harness that momentum into a project that will act as a vital resource for generations to come. Of course, we realize that you have a difficult job to do in meeting all the budgetary demands, and many of us Greenway supporters are also vocal proponents for solving our housing crisis, for high-quality schools, for fixing our roads, and supporting our fire and police forces, and I don't envy you all having to make those ends meet. However, we maintain that the Greenway should be among the priorities at this particular moment because delaying and allowing that momentum to disperse will cost the project many years and potentially millions of dollars. So we hope that you will continue to join us in fighting to make this vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Shirley Chilcott, followed by Alan Corey. Is Shirley here? Alan Corey, and he'll be followed by Daniel Rodriguez.
Good evening, Alan Corey. I'm here to speak to you briefly about public banking. You've heard a little bit about it before, but I'm coming from a different angle. First of all, I just like the name Bank of Santa Rosa. You gotta like that. Just think about that for a little bit. It's a innovative and cutting-edge opportunity. Oakland's moving ahead with it right now. Feasibility study, so it's not out there as fringy as you might think it is. Additionally, where I come from is the limited access to financial institutions that the cannabis industry now undergoes. My introduction into this process was a client who came to me and said, I want to form a marijuana bank. He saw money. Didn't work out. About the only thing you can do right now is form a credit union, a not-for-profit credit union. And there's some guidance that's gone out to Washington and to Colorado, but nobody's motivated to do something not for money. Now the tax man's coming, and Santa Rosa wants to be forefront in this issue. So if you're going to develop the infrastructure or the encouragement to have a cannabis industry here, and you want to collect the tax dollars, it needs a place to go. SB 148 is now pending, where they're going to allow counties, if they want to seek to collect tax money. This would give the city a chance to be a pay point for taxes rather than a cash mobile driving down the street trying to drop off his tax money, but who knows where. You have a chance to help the gray market emerge, become mainstream. You have a chance to use this bank to fund things such as affordable housing. In other words, you can make loans through a bank. You can make up for some of the shortfall from the loss of the redevelopment funds. And you can really work with Oakland, as a matter of fact, and gain an economy of scale. I understand some shuttle diplomacy is going on right now. You guys may be talking to each other, not picking up the phone directly, but you're getting communications. So I urge the city to take a look at this seriously. The Bank of Santa Rosa, just wake up tomorrow thinking Bank of Santa Rosa, and that could be your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Rodriguez. He'll be followed by Linda Adrian.
Hello, my name is Daniel Rodriguez. I am in the 8th grade and I am a student at Twin Hills Charter Middle School. I have been volunteering in the Roseland Library since it was open. I shelf books and run a program called Read to a Dog, where kids get to read to a dog. I volunteer at the library because it gives me something to do, and it helps me give back to the community. This community would benefit from a public library because every weekend that I go, I always see homeless people there, and they really enjoy reading. Kids who are also living in low-income housing can use the free internet, which can help them with their homework for school. They would have a lot easier time doing their homework. Also, teenagers would have a common meeting spot for group projects and for possible tutoring. And it could be a very big place for events and meetings with clubs of different, of your own likings. I am in support for a library in the Roseland community. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for volunteering. Linda Adrian.
I had hoped to speak toward the beginning because hello everybody, by the way. I'm a member of the Community Advisory Board, and I came to talk about the CAB town hall meetings that this started with. Those meetings were really pretty successful. I attended 7 of the 8 meetings. I led 2 of the 8 meetings. I really would like to, we will be coming back February 8th, but I also wanted to elaborate now to give you additional food for thought, is that I'd like to see as many of these meetings as possible, 8 or even more, because by having them at the various areas of the city, more people were able to attend them. I think this is one of the major, or the major, communication with the public and with the residents, because we go out to them. I think it's important that the different departments be there, because I think it's an addition to the, quote, transparency that the city needs to do, is we need to go to the residents and to the community, not expect them to just come here. I think we need to elaborate on how we get information out to the people. I think that's a major problem with all the departments of the city. You know, is the communication, which one of the gentlemen, several before me mentioned that a lot of people don't know about these things, but I'd like to see an additional funding for Community Advisory Board, because we need to do more of this. We need to do it on various levels. We need to have the budget for the different members to go out to the community to be able to participate more, because we are your voice. We're the ones that talk to you about what's going on in the community. Anyway, and I'm sure I'll be speaking more on February 28th. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda. Barbara Oldershaw, and Barbara will be followed by Thomas Ells.
Hi, my name is Barbara Oldershaw. I'm a sustainability consultant, and I'm interested in maintaining Sonoma County's rural character and also promoting our local economic development. I'm speaking today to ask you to consider incorporating a business plan for a public bank into the upcoming budget discussions. My interest in a public bank is based on my concern for the safety of our neighbors and community members who are farmers of cannabis and therefore are unable to use existing banks. This results in them needing to keep large quantities of cash on hand, which in turn makes them more susceptible to robberies and to dangerous home invasions. And that was a point that was raised in the recent Board of Supervisors discussion of where cannabis farming would be allowed, the concern about the safety for these families. There's currently a very big disconnect between the federal law, which, as you know, continues to criminalize cannabis, and California state law, which reflects the will of the people who have approved recreational use of cannabis. Public banks provide a means of addressing this disconnect. The State of California Treasurer's Office has a cannabis banking working group, and as was previously mentioned, the City of Oakland is also actively working towards establishing a public bank. I think it makes sense for Santa Rosa to join this conversation. I also think that given Sonoma County's leadership role in so many aspects of sustainable and innovative agriculture, that it also makes sense for Santa Rosa, both as a charter city and also as the largest city in Sonoma County, to take a leadership role in establishing the necessary banks that will serve our local farmers. Therefore, I urge you to consider the possibility of creating a business plan for a public bank in our upcoming fiscal year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thomas Ells.
Hi, thank you for having this open process. This is really great. I am so overwhelmed by the optimism in this room today. It was so great to hear the library people and the Greenway people. It was fantastic. I want to address the one issue, probably primary issue is public banking. So as I mentioned before, municipal bonds used to be locally generated, and then they would be locally purchased in a local bank, and then they would be sent to the Federal Reserve, and they could be used as Federal Reserve assets. They can no longer by law. So they just changed the law, they flipped the switch, and they said you can't do it anymore, and it changed the relationship of conservative investing into really radical derivative kind of investing. It was part of a process. So public banking can reverse that. Now they're going to try to do whatever they want to do on the other end, but we can invest where we want to and how we want to instead of having to put it into the Federal Reserve. There could be, public banks could also have fractional reserves as well. And I just want to say that the banks, the Federal Reserve is where the money is made. It's made by lending. And so a public bank can do that. I wanted to speak to the Greenway, hopefully I have time. The basis of the value of the Greenway is the possible uses, which cannot be and should not be housing. Therefore, its highest and best use is in fact a park or Greenway. That's the highest and best use. And consequently, its value is ultimately based on its contribution to other property, not itself. So the proper appraisal will consider the contribution value to the adjacent properties. And if they're not zoned properly, and if it's not part of the general plan process, then it really can't contribute any value, and you're going to really have a disconnect between what someone is expecting to be paid for that property, which is Caltrans, and what you can really consider its value to be. So it all has to work together, and I would hope and pray that that is what the basis of the ongoing dialogue regarding the Greenway is, and I'm very much in support of it. It's a great value. It's one of the premier assets of any community anywhere. This part to connect to Annandale and what George Ellman worked to do as he was one of the national board members of Audubon Society. He was Bay Area, or they call it BCDC Development Commission. He was one of the founding members of that. Great man, and he was involved in Smart Rail that we had a chance to have here for us. But he was as Audubon, he developed the trails, so the interlocking trails that go over the top of whether it's Mount Sonoma Mountain and all the way over those. Those trails are very important, just like Annandale. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have. Does anyone else want to address the council before the end of the public hearing? Pat, come on down.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Pat Fruitt. I'm a member of the Sesquicentennial Committee. We're looking at putting on a celebration in 2018 to celebrate our 150 years as a community. I'm asking tonight, and I'm sorry I didn't fill out a card. I wasn't sure if I would be speaking or not. We're asking that you support our efforts. We're looking at putting together a big community dinner downtown, closing off 4th Street, putting long tables, having people come down and celebrate, as well as a festival. So what we're looking for tonight is just your support in the next budget year and possibly this year, just to help us move this project along. Thank you.
Thank you. Last chance. Anyone else want to speak about budget priorities? Mr. Hanson, come on down, or go on up.
Good evening, everybody. I just came down here to wish everybody a Happy New Year. I wish everybody the best in health and spirit for the coming year. I look forward to a productive city council. I look forward to increased public awareness and participation. That's all I wanted to say. Good night, everybody.
Those are good priorities. Anyone else? I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Questions, comments? Councilman Rogers.
Yeah, I did just want to make a quick comment. I know that many of the council members also received a number of emails about the Bennett Valley Golf Course, and I noticed that there was no public comment on that. I assume that just means that some people who I did see in the audience weren't able to stay, so I did want to acknowledge publicly that we do hear that as well.
Thank you. Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor Corsi. I wanted to, actually, the last speaker, Pat Pruitt, mentioned the sesquicentennial. And if I could have the one of the products that our ad hoc subcommittee has funded through some we had some funds enough to create a logo for our celebration. We've been meeting now since the beginning of 2015. So there have been a large number of people involved. I'll just give a brief list of some of the more known names: the Historical Society of Santa Rosa, SRJC, Sonoma State University, Listening for Change, Sonoma County Historical Society, I mentioned that, the History Genealogy Library at SSU, Chamber of Commerce, community members, and we also have 3 council members, Mayor Corsi and Mr. Schwedhelm are also on our ad hoc subcommittee. And Pat Pruitt mentioned the basic concept of the celebration, which is that is a one-day or a weekend event where we do have basically a dinner in downtown from probably E Street to B Street down 4th Street on a Sunday. And we're looking at September of 2018. It seems like a long ways off, but it really isn't. And that's why we started in the beginning of 2015 to start this process. But we are hoping to get some funding some dedication from the council for this 150th anniversary of Santa Rosa. And once you can say sesquicentennial, it sticks with you forever. So it does take a while, but it's worth the effort. We're looking probably at about $80,000 total, plus some in kind from the city. And these are thumbnail sketches of what we're looking for. There are an enormous number of programs that are being planned right now that people are taking on by themselves. So this is one of the this would be the funding that we would be looking for not a director but a coordinator to help get this very important celebration not only organized but out into the community, looking for additional funding as well
and we are hoping to get that. We still have some funding that we hope that we can use for a coordinator until the beginning of the next fiscal year, but we are in need of help, not only to help pay for the coordinator, but to show the community that we are committed as a city and that we are participating financially, and we will be using those funds and that commitment to help other people in the community feel that's not only Santa Rosa is committed to it, but other individuals and nonprofits and some philanthropic endeavors see that kind of commitment, are willing to participate as well. So I'm hoping for your support, and we'll have more to discuss during our budget hearings, but we wanted to let you know what we've come to so far, hours and hours and hours, and a lot of dedication from many parts of our community, and it is a community-wide celebration, and we are insisting on you going from every corner of Santa Rosa for their participation and involvement. So I hope to receive your support during our budget hearings. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Combs.
I actually just have a question. One of the groups that are folks who came forward tonight expressed an interest in public banking. And I'm trying to sort out if we were to have an interest in that. Is that the kind of large program that would require it to rise to the top 3 or 5 in our goal setting, or is that something that we could ask for more information about?
There's only one public bank in the United States right now that I'm aware of,
Not
and that's
this
the
state.
state of North Dakota.
Yes.
It's a state functioning agency. Oakland has done some direction on this. I would say, I'm not sure how to answer the question, council member. To be honest, it's a huge subject. It is. I would say it is a major research project, but it's
I'm just trying to get
open-ended.
it. Some things we do, it's a 2-hour question, and some things we do and they need to be in the top 3 of our goal-setting priorities, and I'm trying to figure out.
This is an extensive conversation. The idea of municipalities serving as banking, I will say we struggle to process payments sometimes. We struggle to pay payroll sometimes. The idea of us running a bank is not, I will never say never to an idea. I just don't know what that means. And I know there's a lot of urgency around an issue. I know that this has been an ongoing issue, especially for a particular industry that we're wrestling with, and it remains a challenging part of the conversation.
Do we have someone who can keep an eye on what's happening in Oakland and kind of
we are in conversations. We're in conversations with folks. I would not rise it to the level that was characterized in terms of some of the conversations that went on tonight, but we are paying attention to what other conversations other municipalities are having. I mean, obviously, if there was a municipality that went out and advanced this conversation, we would be very curious, because I do think that there are issues that we're all aware of when there's not a banking industry available. The large amount of cash and product together can represent a challenge, especially in the public safety area. So we're acutely aware. I would just say I'm not. This is a city of 1,200 employees. We're trying to do a lot of work on a lot of issues. We're not actively pursuing the public banking as a work product. We are listening and we are getting informed. But I have a feeling that that's a major lift. If there's only one in the country, I suspect that there's reasons why there is one in the country, especially since we have multiple states that already have legalized cannabis and still have not taken that approach.
Yeah, I've heard issues in Colorado as well. Thank you. I just wanted to know, within the scope of what we're doing now.
We're hearing it, we're feedback. We will probably ask follow-up questions of the council based on the input tonight. Is this, it'll be, we'll circle back at some of the multiple meetings we're going to have on the strategic visioning over the next couple of months. But right now, it is not, I don't want to characterize it as a front of the burner work product. We're getting educated, but there's so many unknowns there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. We have written communications. Mr. City Manager.
Yes. Two written communications. Item 16.1, final map, Pink Viking, Ridley subdivision. Item 16.2, final map, Fox Hollow subdivision.
And there's one more on the next page.
Yes. Item 16.3, fiscal year 2017-18, Housing and Urban Development Public Services Contract Solicitation Award Process and Action Plan Approval Timeline.
If I may, I was hoping that you could announce the dates for giving input into that plan and how people find it. I have a particular interest in what we're thinking about doing with respect to the child care and housing issues in that. I just wanted to make sure folks knew the basic details. I think it's in the attachment.
Yeah, David Gwine, Housing and Community Services. Those details follow when the process launches. It'll be on the city's webpage. We'll be utilizing CAB, the public meeting notices, et cetera.
Thank you very much. So is it the front page of the website or is it somewhere else in our city website? You said folks could do follow-up by checking the website, and I'm just wondering where on the website it is.
Oh, it will be on the city's main page. It'll be on the city's Facebook. It'll be on the department's page as well.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure it was easy.
Great, thank you. I don't have any cards for the final public comment section. We do have a study session on our vote technology. We're going to take a short break while the city clerk deals with some technological issues. This is going to be short. I ask that you stick around in the room here so we can get this back together pretty quickly and get done.
Actually, can I ask if we can go over the presentation first and then?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So no, there's not a break yet. Who left? We can go. Hopefully everybody has their iPads. Yeah, chain it to your wrist.
Really what I wanted to, oh, sorry. Really what I'd like to do is just kind of go over the slides, and then what we'll do is take a brief break, and so that way I can make sure all the settings are correct before we start our study session. And you'll have to probably use your slides that are provided to you in your folders when we go through the actual mock meeting. Do you know if Councilmember Sawyer is coming back? I'd hate to start without him because I think he was one of the ones who requested for this. There he goes.
You don't have to wait. No, but it's something we can see. This is all for council training. Yeah. Well, that would be interesting. How we train the council?
go ahead, Ms. Gomez.
Okay, thank you. So what you will see when we start on the mock agenda, you will join the meeting, and on your iPad, you'll have that option to join the meeting. And only voting members are going to have this option. Council members may request to speak using iLegislate by tapping the Request to Speak button in the bottom right corner of the agenda, just like it's displayed on the screen. And then the council members' iPad view. So the council members cannot view the speakers list, but they can view the number of speakers that have requested to speak. Council members will also be able to view the name of the current speaker on their iPads when activated by the clerk. So I'm going to point that this here is the number of speakers you should be able to view, and you'll see who's currently speaking here in the center. The meeting chair's iPad view is a little different. Only the meeting chair can view the speakers list on their iPad who have requested to speak. This number increases as new requests to speak are made. Each time a person is called to speak, this number reduces by 1. The meeting chair, which in this case is the mayor, may decide to call on council members or the public to speak. All speakers will be listed in the speakers list as shown in the next slide. So this here is the meeting chair's view on their iPad. And the only way to view that is by selecting the option here, that button. Create a motion and call for vote. Council members can make and second motions on the current agenda item. These buttons are highlighted based on the state of the meeting. Council members can tap the motion button to make a motion, or if another council member has already made the motion, the council member can tap the second button to second the motion. Council members can withdraw their either motion by tapping the button once more. So here is the iPad view, and this is where the council member could make the motion. And it's highlighted because they selected it, and it's grayed out when that option is not available because another council member already seconded. Cast a vote. When the mayor or meeting chair calls for the vote, the voting menu will appear on the iPad. 3 options will be available: yes, no, and abstain. And this is the view that you'll see on your iPad. So you'll be given the option to select yes, no, or abstain. And if for some reason you're recusing yourself from the meeting and you're not present, the chair or the clerk's desk will have that option to select it for you on your behalf, so you don't have to be present. And the voting results in motion text. After all votes are cast, the projector screen will display the vote summary and a list of voting members, the voting results, and the motion text. Okay, so I'm done. And then what we're going to do is do a mock agenda that I created, and all of the items on there are listing the functions of iLegislate. So you'll get to vote on those items.
Okay. Are we ready to do that, or now do we need to take a little break?
Now we could take a little break, but I need everyone here so that we could check the settings. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Eric. And so everything that is being displayed will also be broadcasted.
Okay. Great. So we're taking a break in place.
You want me to join the meeting also, or not?
there's a display, and I'm going to be here just because I have to manage the system as well. So if you look, you'll see that the options of, as soon as I start the meeting, you will all have on your iPads the option to join the meeting. You should all have that. Actually, I'm going to remove a couple people who are not members.
Council members, okay. I was wondering about that. New voter.
Okay, so yes, if you select your refresh on your iPad, you should be able to see a join button next to the, I think it should say I legislate voting. It's test meeting. Okay. And I'm gonna wait. Okay. So I'm just gonna wait till I get there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is kind of go back with your slides that were provided to you. So you've already joined the meeting. And then again, if we have any members to speak, when I get the yellow cards, I can actually, let me go ahead and do this part really quickly. So what the chair, yes. Thank you. So under public comments, everyone should have at the bottom right-hand corner where you could see how many speakers are listed. Just like on your page number 3 of your slide. You're not seeing a number of speakers. Okay, so okay, so the members are not looking, they're not seeing the number of speakers, only the meeting chair is seeing the. So when I tested this is, I was testing it as a meeting chair. So as you would on a regular meeting, Mayor, you can call your speaker when you're ready to call the public to come and speak. You can call by name, and if you select on the bottom right-hand corner where it says View Speakers, it'll show you the list of names. No, you call on them. You actually do everything you normally would do. The only difference is that you're able to see them on the iPad. Okay, so you want to call speaker at 1 so you could display? Well, so no. That was my fault. So Mayor, if you look at the screen in front of you, the monitors, you'll see that when you called Jack Tibbetts to speak. Yeah. Yes, it'll be just as it's displayed right now. Yeah, because I think it's because everybody requested to speak for that item. So you have to be at the item when you want to request to speak. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all speakers here.
I think what the council member was asking is if you're in the middle of an item, will the supporting documents be up there with the speaker and the timer superimposed over them?
No, yeah, you've already discussed it. So at this point, you're calling, so even the council members are requesting to speak amongst each other. And this could be displayed, but I think the only time that you're actually going to get to this point is when the mayor will call speakers or the public to come out and speak.
Sometimes we ask to see a slide, like a map or a graphic, while we're giving our comments.
I can switch it from here, and you'll be able to see it.
Okay, thank you.
And I switched it now, but it looks like you don't want it. Okay. So what Eric's going to do is go ahead and display the dock camera just to give you an example, because I have access here to view either feed.
So Dwayne is showing us glasses.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Well, so at this point, what I'd like for you to see on your iPad is I already activated, if you look at your screen, it says public comments, and it should be highlighted blue. Okay, so Mayor, you could call for your speaker who's listed on there. Yeah, you can call on speaker number 3, and then it's displayed on the screen. And once they come down, I will start the timer. Okay? Within 30 seconds, it'll change the color to a yellow. And then in the last 2 seconds, it's a red. Now, we can talk later about options if you still want the sound, because this does not sound off. You know, when this timer that we're using currently, it actually sounds off at the end of the 3 minutes. This one will not. So if you want to have some time and think about whether or not you want that still, because we could still do both. Okay. That just means you have to pay attention when it's red.
I recommend the buzzer.
Okay, so currently, Mayor, so if you look at your speaker list, someone just added to request to speak. And at any time, you can decide who to call to speak. So you have Councilmember Combs. Yeah, so that's right. So you decide when you want to. If they put their request now, you don't have to call it now. You can call it when you're done with the public. Before you vote, you know how you usually ask for any comments or questions? Yeah, it's the same thing.
Let's say a free speaker is done talking.
I wanted to show you the colors, but you don't need to see them, I suppose. Okay, so we'll go to item number 3.1. So at this point, this is when you have the option, let's just say the presentation is completed, and now you have the option of either requesting for your motion, or, yeah, you do everything verbally, and you could ask the council members to do that. Everything is basically the same. The only difference is that instead of having to look at them to see if they want to speak or if they want a motion and second, they do that in their iPads. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. There has been only one instance this year. I think Vice Mayor Tibbetts had to recuse himself, and he was one of the people who was listed so it may not always work out that way. And so in that particular case, someone could have motioned while he recused. Yeah, no, because, so Councilmember Rogers currently motioned, and I have a second, and that's Councilmember Schwedhelm. And you'll see it on your screen in front of you. No, on the monitor, yeah. Yeah, you don't have it because they beat you to it. So you only get one. Oh, you don't get the voting? No, you should be able to vote.
I have the voting, but I don't have the opportunity to request to say something.
So you did request to speak, but the mayor didn't call on you.
Okay. So, but now
So
that,
if I
now that the motion is on the floor,
yeah, and
it's
there's-
blocking my ability to touch the button again to request to speak to the motion.
So if the mayor, can you see your screen, Mayor, and see if you can request for her to speak? Hmm? Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and start a new meeting. A new item so that we can proceed. But I wanted you to see on the screen, Mayor, you have 20 seconds to look at the display, the monitors above you there. And that's where your votes will display. So it shows you the voting item. I'm going to start the next item for you. For the council members who didn't vote, I did it for you. So at this point, does any of the council members, you should all have the option to motion on the bottom left-hand corner. So I'm wondering if So I'm going to continue. I think only Councilmember Sawyer is probably going to need to look. We're going to have to look at his iPad. Everybody else should have that option. And I have the motion and vote. So as soon as you request to, so I don't know, Mayor, do you see on the bottom right-hand corner to view speakers?
So I have a quick question. Does the mayor call for the vote once the motion and the second happens? And if so, is there an opportunity for us to do discussion before he calls for the vote?
Yeah, should be. No, so I understand what you need. So as soon as you create a motion and a second, what the system is set up to do, though, is to actually, once you make your motion and second, and once I record it here, it immediately will force you to vote. So the discussion will have to take place before the motion happens. Right, yeah, I understand that. Yeah. It's basically the same way how you've been doing your processes. It's just that you won't be requesting to speak through the iPad. It looks like that won't work based on our protocols. Prior to the motion. That's right. Exactly. Unless the only time you're calling to, Mayor, unless the only time you're calling to speak is only when it's to the public from the iPad. So you're only using the iPad when it's the public. And you're still continuing to. I couldn't hear you.
You know, there is a problem with needing to signal that we need to speak, but
Yeah,
it doesn't.
I think the difference
This doesn't solve that.
Well, I see, so really, all this really solves is that you're seeing what item you're at during the meeting when we're talking about it, or when you're making a motion and vote, and you're displaying that. That's really all that it's doing. That's different than what you've done before.
So
You're displaying the information on.
So maybe what you can do is when you finish taking public comment, or when you make the motion, then at that point, if you want to speak and you listen to public comment, then at that point you raise your hand like you have been doing, or saying, Mayor, I'd like to speak, before you actually go to the vote. Because the speaker, once you make that motion, once the motion is made by someone and it's seconded, that speaker button deactivates, so then you would have to go back to what you're currently doing.
Is this
on a short meeting?
Yeah, so currently the only one who can see your vote display is you, right? Because that's all you have that access to see. And the voting display now is to everyone.
Can we
So if
ask
you want-
iLegislate to modify it? They've modified other things at our request.
I can find out. I don't know that I will definitely ask. Yes.
I would encourage us to actually figure that out before we use this system. I apologize, I'm sure a lot of work went into this.
Again, it's only you're displaying the votes on the display, so this is going to be projected to everyone. And then also, you're just showing the item that you're actually voting on. All the motion and vote, everything is done. One of the benefits it really has is here for me, because I have to go back and select each and every one of those votes that you're not doing right now on your iPad. I'm doing them manually. So, but it also is displaying it to the public at the time of the meeting.
So it sounds to me like there is a public benefit to it in terms of allowing people to understand what exactly we're doing up here, even if we don't always know what we're doing up here. And then it's just on the mayor to make sure that he is still taking comment from the council members the same way that he has been. That this doesn't solve that aspect of it, but the procedures are still going to be there.
I think really what you're solving is your motion and your vote and displaying it. And that really is all it would be doing. That's I think the only thing that would be different, because it sounds like you're requesting to speak to amongst each other and also from the public. You can continue to do it the way you do it and not use the iPad at all for that, and only use it for motion and vote, and I can do everything else on my side. So it'll display the name. So you're not doing anything other than, you'll still have your yellow cards, which I think you may still want, because sometimes they list on there what they're wanting to discuss, and that's helpful for you. And in iLegislate, it doesn't allow you to type in the subject matter that they want to speak on. So it may be beneficial just to use your I legislate just on your motion and vote. Yeah.
But I think this has a tremendous amount of potential. My question is that I often make ill-formed motions, loose motions, motions that I'm looking for other people to assist in, so partly on purpose and partly just because I'm not as clear in my speaking and making some motions. If it's not a motion that's been pre-made for us, the way some of the motions are, but it's a motion that we make, how does it show on here as a motion?
Well, one of two ways. Either you can create the motion because you have your agenda and you know that if it's something that, do they all get their agendas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you have an agenda that has listed already who's making the motion.
But sometimes, for example, not today, today I made an ill-formed motion. So it happens sometimes that we make a motion that's not the motion on the paper.
Yeah, and I can make the motion for you here. It doesn't necessarily, you don't
So
necessarily.
as I say the motion, you type it in?
Yes, or I'm actually selecting the option. It's not typing, it's a button.
So it'll say a motion, but it won't say what the motion is.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
I guess this will be the last thing I say, because I know it's going to turn off. I've watched the last 3 council meetings I've been a part of, watched us all kind of cycle through the normal routine. And I'm nervous that by introducing this now, certainly for something that happened in the meeting, it invites the next community for me making mistakes, missing an opportunity to speak. I don't know, I just have concern.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it might be easier for you all to just use it just for your motion and vote. I think if you use it for anything more than that, it may throw it off for you.
So
And only because you're going to have that option to just push the button to say yes, no, or abstain if you're here.
So not for the mayor to know, not to know who.
He can continue on the way he's been doing business.
Okay.
Right,
One of the,
because he's using the cards.
but I'm talking about the order in which he calls on council members, because when I first heard
To make
about
the
this,
motion?
that's before the motion.
Okay.
Yes. So, I mean, that was one of the one piece that I thought was going to be advantageous, because this is what you end up doing as mayor, and hoping that you get the right name and the right person next, and that was going to be a benefit. But it sounds like it doesn't do more things than it does do. It will help you, and I think maybe we should, I'd like to pursue that and just kind of acknowledge the things that it doesn't do. But that was one handy little piece, was knowing who wanted to speak next at the dais.
Yeah, and so at this point, what I'd have to do is go back with the vendor and find out whether or not they have the capability of modifying it so that you can get out of the motion and not be locked into that screen, which is what's currently happening. And then you can go back and look at your speaking. Yeah, absolutely. This is our first run, so that we can.
It's interesting that this program does not have an ability to follow Rosenberg's or Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah.
And I just find that interesting. It's such a basic concept that it would be able to follow that process, and it has a gap.
Yeah, and I think it's probably because of the majority of the people who purchased, the jurisdictions that purchased this product probably had not been using it in that same method.
Oh, gotcha.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I got so far is that I'm going to check to see if whether or not we can get out of that motion screen so that you have the option to go ahead and view your speakers or request to speak, right? Was there anything else?
We'll get out of the
Outside of-
motion screen.
Well, yours is a unique situation.
And if once a motion's made,
that the request to speak button is not deactivated for the other council members, because that's what's happening.
What is it?
The request to speak button, once a motion's made, that is no longer available.
Oh, yeah, that's the same idea. It's the flexibility between getting out of that screen. Yes. Yeah. No, I have to activate that. They still can ask to speak, but they just won't do it through the iPad. Because, yeah, because that screen is locked. That's true.
So before you let it come up, somebody makes a motion, somebody seconds, and those are grayed out. And that's of course the button to speak before you put it up.
Yeah,
So
yeah, the only problem is that the mayor will not know that a motion and a second was already done. The only way he'll know is that when I activate. Yeah, that's possible.
I assume we're still making oral motions.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're reading the motion.
Now, you don't put the screen up until we ask for the vote, then you put the screen.
Yeah, when you're ready to vote. Don't be scared. Everything that is on top. Okay, so yes. It'll really confuse you. Okay. Yes. You have to push something in order to make a motion. Correct. In between us making a motion and you pushing the button, does the speaker button work? I don't know. Let's test it out. Can we try that? Sure. That might just do it. Okay. So I'm going to record this really quickly and let this display for a moment. So item 3 point, well, I'm going to wait till. Yeah, well, this is displaying for 20 seconds, the vote.
To give the mayor time to read the vote.
So 3.3, creating a motion for an agenda item and calling for a vote for the motion. That's the item that's being. No, I'm not. I'm waiting for them to call. Does Corsi see? Can you see the Corsi sees? Yeah, but he has to tell me. Oh, you can see it? Okay, so there you are, Julie. Oh, I don't know what happened to vote this. Yeah. What happened to You don't need to speak all day. No, I went ahead and activated it, and you're supposed to see it on the display, but for some reason, it's just on the current speaker. Okay, so I will go ahead and get back with you, and then we can do this one more time. So, yeah. But I think, Julie, when you went ahead and requested to speak, you were the second one, and so here it is. This is, okay. Yes, and it also will, if you don't withdraw, also on the iPad. Correct. Yeah, and I think that it might be confusing if you're not used to having to keep looking at the iPad to view your speakers.
Why don't we do what the mayor suggested? Let's do this in segments. Let's get comfortable with the voting procedure, and then we can go back once there's comfort on the voting procedure and think about the next step on if we want to do the other.
You know, the advantage, all in favor? The advantage of the yellow cards too is that Julie, whomever it is that is taking the cards, can phonetically write, because some people's writing is difficult to read, and she will, or even Daisy will rewrite it so you can read it.
Come on, I was looking forward to some of those pronunciations.
See?
Okay, so we'll come back.
Torture.
And we'll do this just one piece at a time for you, okay? Yeah, okay. It's really not that hard, but it is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm not adding this to the video clipping.
Are we adjourned?